Hey, welcome everyone to this week's weekly Yeti. My name is NEETfull. Joining me today, yes, Herman is the man. Herman, how are you feeling
Hello.
today?
I am feeling so excited to watch some Grand Archive right now. We played regionals last week. I'm so excited to see how meta keeps changing right now. How about you?
Oh, I am really excited. We've been getting ready for regionals here in Texas at the end of the month, so I've been watching everybody play test different lists, kind of people going back and forth. So I've kind of seen everything from fire to people going back into water. Some people trying wind with the new regalia that we got out of Proxia's vault. So I'm super excited to kind of see where things are going and kind of see where this meta is going to fall. So
Yeah. Have you been seeing a lot of fire? Because I know I have. I just nonstop fire, fire, fire.
I think we nonstop fire, and even us, we've been testing probably 3 or 4 different fire lists, which no surprise, Ryle's very good. So it's kind of hard to not have Ryle somewhere in there, either
Yeah,
playing Ryle or some sort of aggro list that there's a chance also playing Ryle.
fair. Is this the first Yeti with the new Proxy Vault card legal, or is that been already been a week?
Should be the second week. I believe it was legal last week.
Hmm.
I can't remember if we saw it on stream or not. If it get played, I've seen it a couple in my locals already for the last 2 weeks. So it's
Yeah.
definitely a card does make an impact when it does get played correctly or get played at the right time. So I'm excited to see hopefully some lists busted out tonight.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like they needed like the 1 week roughly to get ready, right? And now we can see the impact of it because we're seeing wind on wind action, no fire around, because they needed some time to test. And now they're bringing
No,
it out.
and really cool thing we're seeing here is we're actually seeing Win Rye go up against a Win CO. Win CO allies we've kind of seen before with Edward's list, kind of playing a little bit kind of a bouncy version of the deck, kind of bouncing allies here and there. And then Win Rye, very similar to what people have maybe seen in the past, kind of going with the main arcane package, going arcane elemental to kind of close out the game. But with a couple of little kind of tweaks here and there for some of the newer sets, if you may not be familiar since AMB or HVN.
Oh, I'm a Rye player, so I'm actually really excited to see it. I've been thinking about this deck actually for this meta for quite a while. After all, like everyone's just playing. I draw cards, you draw cards, and we just don't really interact for a while. That's like Rye's time to shine, right? You only have to hold interaction for after they're level 3. I'm like, oh, that's 3 free turns. I can just do whatever I want.
Yep. And we're seeing from the right here, we're actually seeing one of the newer cards kind of make it into the list, the Inquisitive Magician. When it comes into play, reveal two wing cards from your memory, and if you do, you will get an enlighten counter. Which
Mage cards actually.
oh, mage cards. You are correct. It
Yeah.
is mage cards. So
Yes.
it is
So it's
actually even
just
stronger than Windmill
yeah.
Engineer
Yeah,
for this deck.
it's like a poor man's windmill engineer because you do need 3 enlightened counters to be able to draw a card. So unlike windmill engineer where you just show 2 cards and just get your immediate value, you kind of have to find three, like either use this 3 different times, like an Azen protector putting it back to hand, a displace putting it back to putting it back on enter, something like that. It takes a little bit more effort to get your card.
Yeah, with this list, if it is like the original, we will probably see a lot of those enlightened counters probably being held up. Some for draw, some for just being able to go that burst of levels. We have seen kind of Winrai do in the past. So very flexible for this list.
Yes, that did require. I don't think he's actually able to. Oh man, even though I'm right, I completely forgot the name of the card that switches enlightened for levels. But I don't. I know I don't see it in his deck list, so I think we're just going for straight draw cards here.
Oh, you are correct. There is no empowerment in the list.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, power
Yep.
overwhelming. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah. Which makes sense. Like we're seeing Win come back because hey, it's that is the original color of I just want to draw cards, draw many cards, have a giant influence, and it
Yeah.
is a good time for that.
And with people kind of giving you that time, with raw lists are very quick, but they are taking that kind of time to kind of get that influence, build that up. So you're kind of getting that extra turn to do kind of what you want. So really excited to see where this goes with this. And yep, looks like their first arcane card is getting banished. Looks like an erratic bolt going over there. Go
Yeah.
ahead and get that arcane chain started.
A scary thing about this matchup for the CL, like a big reason why you play CL like Guardians for these allies lists is because you're chunky. You know, a lot of times you sit on level 1 or level 0 even on these ally lists. You have 15 maximum health. Your opponent kind of just like once they get set up, they kind of lightly sneeze at you, hit you for all your entire health bar at once. But being a guardian, you do have a little bit extra health, but it doesn't really matter. Funny enough, in this matchup because of the arcane elemental that we saw already. That's kind of the wind rye win condition, the main one we've seen all the time. It's just 7 times 3 and 21. But it doesn't matter what kind of champion you are.
Yeah, and it's and it is kind of one of those things as well as that you can just keep bouncing that thing over and over again. It almost feels with this deck.
Yeah, that is part of the point. And then, because in wind, you don't have access to fireball, you don't have access to fast speed, do a million level damage. So if you're going to the level 3 Rye, you just need some sort of win condition. And the win condition is, what if I just pick up this arcane elemental over and over again for free and just hit you in the face with it over and over again?
And we
Kind
are
of
seeing the
interesting.
ring, and it looks like we are seeing the Four of Spades activation go here, which essentially is like, hey, I played a backup charger as a ally kind of situation for this.
I really love this Four of Spades for allies list. I don't know how much you've tinkered with it, but it just feels so nice to effectively have what I consider like it's like a free 2/3, right? Once you draw your card back, it's like you didn't lose a card at all. You're just playing a 2 for free and just sitting there, punch you in the face over and over again.
I think it's definitely for the suit, especially out of suited lists and different, and of course the wind allies list here. I think it is probably one of the stronger suited allies.
I like this. Looks like we're displacing to stop the second Inquisitive Magician from being killed. Um, didn't want to save the first one with the displace if he had it, because there is a class bonus on that displace. Wanted to level up first, get an additional Enlighten counter. So with the displace and the Inquisitive Magician, you do get 2 total Enlighten counters. Hasn't shown any new cards yet. It's constantly keeps showing us Erratic Bolt and Arcane Elemental. Unfortunately, not level 2 because Rye level 2 would have given a third Enlighten counter, and that's your free draw immediately.
Yep. We start with 3 already, so we do at least do get the draw off it. So kind of playing it as almost a replacement, which is kind of nice here in this situation. Now, also one thing with Windrye is one thing about its removal is it is a lot of its removal you'll see with like Fireye where maybe we throw out like a fireball a little bit earlier, or sometimes we're running a little bit of main board kind of situational cards. One thing with Windrye is a lot of it's kind of more of just kind of staying off the damage rather than kind of removing things from the board, which we're kind of seeing right here may come to bite them here pretty quick if we don't start seeing this board get either cleared or reset in some way.
That Eternal Magistrate is actually very, very annoying for a Wind Rye. Um, the CL player definitely can't know this because he doesn't see the deck list, but common things that Wind Rye used to do at least would be like Dungeon Guide and then maybe suppress it in some way with a Zephyr or Displace. Effectively use Dungeon Guide twice off of just one or two cards. Don't have to draw as much. Sitting with an imbued Eternal Magistrate just kind of just says, no, don't do that. You can't take your champion cards out of your material deck outside of material phase, so you have to play honest.
Yeah. And it's also pretty big because it also deals with Xiao Yu if he does think that he may be playing it. Because it means we're not grabbing that Art of War out of the list very easily. Which actually we're in a War, we just have Tome, but still being able to take Rye off of a turn late getting Tome, still pretty big deal.
Yeah. But a good thing for Blackie here on the Rye is that you see almost no damage has been pushed on him. He's going to level 2. There's actually been several turns where Tepe could have swung allies into his face and instead chose to clear Inquisitive Magicians. Do you think that's the great call, or do you think he actually needed to take some damage here?
Um, kind of in this situation when you're going to go on its Rye and playing a Rye enough times is if Rye has the potential just to go level 3 and essentially instantly pretty much go for the kill. So for me, I would rather pressure the Rye, force the Rye to have to answer my board rather than me have to answer his. So in my take, I'd probably go a little bit more aggressive onto the board, maybe try to get a little bit of pressure, kind of push that Rye to not really let him do his thing. But at the same time, you may be worried about the Magician here getting you the free Enlighten counters, but as we talked about earlier, having to bounce it 3 or so times, don't know if the trade-off is necessarily worth it, or is worried about losing the magistrate in this case scenario and just knows if he keeps it out, he's gonna have a little bit more pressure by just removing them.
Yeah. It is nice to remove potential because allies lists don't level up that quickly. It is nice to remove some damage to make sure that you don't just have Rye Turbo to level 3, say Arcane Blast for 11, and all of a sudden you're just dead out of nowhere. But he's sitting very healthy. So we're sitting at that Rye position where he has to level up naturally through the materialized phase, can't use a dungeon guide or anything. So he does need to get 3 cards into his memory if he wants to level up. Could be as simple as just say Resolute Stand, nullify this entire turn of allies, and just level up. Oh,
Yeah.
they're coming though. just damage.
And we did see it to be the during the recollection or slash end of turn of Blackie's turn. We did see the Rose fast activation come in, kind of put a little bit more pressure there. Realistically, one of my favorite wind allies when it comes to the different wind allies you could play. I love Rose. One of those kind of cards where just sit with 5 cards in hand and kind of just wait for your opponent to give you the opening.
Oh man, they gave us another fast activation what do you call it? Ally this set too, and it's just so fun to just sit there, you pretend you don't have a hand, and all of a sudden it's like, here's all of my allies. I'm gonna hit you in the face. Just feels so nice.
Not to mention we got Expeditious Opening as well that has that allows you to pretty much play any ally at fast activation. There's been some really fun tech that I've seen so far using that card. And Edward used it really, really well last week on this list. And and kind of pushing that idea of being able to play on your opponent's turn and kind of forcing them to interact with you while you were hoping to deal with them their turn. In a sense, in these kind of games, is almost like taking an extra turn in a way.
Yeah. Or imagine if he had an expedition opening for that internal magistrate right here, right? You let Blackie commit to a dungeon guide, and you're like, hold on a second. Let me just put this
How
really
about
here.
no?
Yeah.
Seeing that
Feels
Ace and
really good.
Protector come out, bouncing that Four of Spades back to hand, so we
Ooh.
can maybe get some more value after drawing with it, which is something that I really, really like with this list.
It's really nice that a lot of the suited cards showing up outside of suited lists just because their value, like their natural value is so good. It feels really nice to like stuff like this, right? You just draw cards back. It's just a good generic ally. We don't have to be playing off class 2/3s anymore in our allies lists, kind of like shoring up some of the weaknesses they used to have. I'm assuming
Yep.
it's durable.
Let
What
me
was it called?
taking a look here.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
now I see all the marker purifying
Yeah,
durable.
there it is. Now that I see it that way. So yeah, that is the super high quality new purifying thurible, which we'll kind of bring up for anybody watching on stream. This is the new Proxia's Vault card that just came out that we were talking about earlier. Essentially, pay X and banish that up. Target opponent banish X cards from their graveyards. One thing about this is the opponent does get to choose which cards they would like to banish. That is not target, so your opponent does get to choose which ones are going to go. But if X is 3 or greater, you can draw a card to memory. Essentially, think of this as kind of like a backup charger, but instead of getting a power cell, you're forcing your opponent to have to take cards out of the graveyard and get rid of them, move them to the side, which is really, really nice. If your opponent goes end of turn, Ryle, dump 2 cards, and you say banish all 3 you just put in there, is a really, really spicy tech into them.
Yeah, it's just kind of awkward if your opponent has too many cards in their bin, and then you just suddenly say like, "I can choose. I'll just choose all of these things that aren't floating memory." They're just kind of like useless, and be like, "Okay, now what?"
Yeah.
But it is something that Wind needed. This is why Wind is coming back a little, even though this was the Wind was originally the element of draw lots of cards and beat you down. All of a sudden, Fire was like, "Hey, I'm going to draw more." So we gotta kind of fight them down a little bit. Ooh,
Yep.
the power cell was used too.
And we're looking at a pretty rough board here coming in with only 22 life. And I believe that is, if I can do quick math correctly, I believe with the power cell put onto the magistrate, I think we're looking at what is that?
We have exactly 12 on board, or 13 on board because he's a guardian with the bulwark sword. So if there's nothing done right now, we have pretty much exactly enough to kill.
Yeah. Which right now probably we're looking at probably wanting like a resolute or being a way to maybe bounce one of these. Bouncing an ASIN is not a terrible play here either.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a
That
lot more damage now.
ooh, Ravaging Tempest.
All right, that's a good way to stop it. Yeah, I was like, you have to do something. He was trying to hold off. Writhing's play at the absolute edge. Um, but there you go. Just banish every single ally on board. You let Tepi just kind of so they does draw for every single thing that got banished, but you just kind of reset, take away the tempo.
And
Most importantly,
that is
yeah,
gonna be 4
no,
more cards in hand. So
yeah, but none of them will be affected by the inspiring call.
yeah.
That's the biggest thing.
Which I will say very, very good, very good to be able to kind of hold that and wait for that inspiring call to hit board. I know for me, I'm one that if I see the first attack come in, I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and play this now. I'm not gonna give him an opportunity. But kind of having the insight to say, you know what, let's see if he commits any more resources, I think is a very good call in this case.
Oh, another eternal. Okay. We love the magistrate. Just once again, in case Blackie wanted to do that to clear up the ability to use dungeon guide, still says no, but still only a 1 damage ally, so you know it's not that bad. Ooh.
Also, as we talked about earlier, being able to turn off the dungeon guide does make this a little more difficult because we will have to hard level to 3 and still be a turn away from the tome. And for one thing, for Rye, getting the tome can sometimes be a very critical piece to kind of set up that big turn that you're wanting.
Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, he only has 2, 3. So he has. Oh, there's a dungeon guide. He was actually locked out of it. Should be 4 arcane cards in banishment right now. The 2 that he just banished, another erratic bolt, and an arcane elemental. So if you were to play arcane elementals, they would cost 3 right now. So not quite there to be able to run damage through, but we'll see what happens.
Yep, and we are confirming it does look like 4 arcane and banishment from the count that we just got.
Did Tepe heal in some way or recover in some way? I thought he was at 4. Inquisitive Musician deals 2. Inquisitive Musician deals 2.
I believe you are right. I'm kind of looking back to see if there. I don't think there's any way he healed earlier.
Maybe he kind of accidentally touched it because you know it's like right there in the corner. Maybe accidentally touched it on the way there, but 4 matters a little because it puts him down to 16. So it's a little easier to like you can do arcane until twice 14 and then you only need 2 damage versus additional 3 damage means an entirely new bigger card to hit through. Orville takes here. Okay. I do really like Voltaixir in these Rye lists because this is one of the few arcane cards where you can almost guarantee it gets to your banishment and get additional value out of it. I'm just curious if it's going to face or if it's going to that magistrate. I'm assuming to face.
Not well, unless he really wants to get the tome out next turn, but I assume. Oh nope, it is going for the magistrate.
Yeah,
Very
and what
likely
it's
wants to try to get next turn, go for the tome, and be able to get rid of it to get the next one. To get his arcane
oh
tome out, be able to cycle some cards.
yeah, but what it tells me here is that if you're going there, that means the hand is not very threatening right now. We're actually looking for threats, and we do not have them yet. Otherwise, that tome could just go. I mean, that Voltaire could have gone straight to face. Puts him into that point where 2 swings with an arcane elemental would kill, 1 erratic bolt, and something else might kill, something like that. But we're far away from being able to kill the CL here. Oh, looks like we did fix the life totals. It was probably just the back of the hand accidentally touched it.
And one thing I did just catch as well, one of those arcane cards that is banished, I believe, is Arcane Elemental, correct?
Yes.
So he
Oh,
should
there's
only
another one.
be +4 levels, correct?
Plus
Because it only
4
counts
levels.
spell
The
con. It only,
voltaic being banished now gives him the 5th one.
yeah,
And the effect means that the next arcane card he plays goes -1. So it's -6 for this arcane elemental.
yep. And Arcane just cares about cards. I know for Rise levels we care about the spells, but for this one we just care about Arcane.
Yes. But without a way to put this back to hand, it just banishes itself. It could be a setup. He might have a 3rd arcane elemental in his those last 3 cards I think it is in his memory.
I believe so.
So the thing is, with this arcane, if he does have 1 more arcane elemental, it doesn't actually do a lethal amount of damage. So that's why I was surprised that the Voltaic Sphere went to the Eternal Magistrate and not face instead. The awkward thing about this, yeah, if you shoot face, it kind of does tell that you're trying to go for a lethal line. But clearing the Eternal Magistrate does, yeah, like you said, open up the way for a tome play. I think that's about it. That's the only thing that matters now for a level 3 Rai, being able to take out the Tome Sacred Lightning at slow speed.
Yep. And we're seeing the ASIN come out. And a very aggressive Asen.
Yo,
We're
I
seeing the
miss
classic
this.
Asen squirrel here.
Yeah, I miss this play. Just squirrel, Azen squirrel, push out 5 damage out of nowhere.
And a
Ooh,
staggering strike.
okay.
Coming in, we're
6.
coming in with the sword as well. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly enough.
Yep. No
All right.
questions there. Just move it on. Yeah, that is a
Yeah, every card
pretty.
for Rye was already down, right? You can't do anything. It's not a Serene Spirit.
One thing I do love is seeing that Ace and Squirrel come back. Is no matter how many sets we go into Grand Archive, how far we go, we'll always come back to that classic Ace and onto the Squirrel.
Yeah, dude, especially in one of these like inspiring call lists, I really like Asian Squirrel just because it's actually in these kind of lists, it's 2 damage out of hand instead of 1, right? You put it down in front of the inspiring call. Oh,
Oh
actually,
yeah,
it actually matters so much. All right, we're going into game 2. What do you think they're putting in here? I don't
that's what
think
I'm
any
actually looking at right now.
I don't think
Nope.
anything in Rise sideboard matters at all.
No, at this point we can definitely tell that this is definitely built for more of a level 3, dealing with things like Merlin, playing
Mhm.
into a lot of these level 3 decks with the Brackish Ludist, hopefully to turn off some of that floating memory. Um, but yeah, not much. We could see Nullifying Mirror maybe come in as kind of the Regale just in case.
No, yeah,
We
you're
think your
playing
opponent's
against
on
wind,
Veiling
right?
Breeze. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also turn off Windmill Engineers if you believe. I don't think we really saw one, but probably the safe bet is still get that out there, slow down some of that card draw. Would
Yeah.
be most likely probably pulling out the Censor Restful Piece in this case scenario
Mm.
for it.
I'm so excited to see if his regalia, his divine relic gets stolen.
Yeah. Oh, are we playing a one of? One
There's a
or a two of?
two of there's multiple Diableries that are threatening to come
Woo!
in. Oh, I love it. I love how when you have two, I guess I would say it's fair to say two non-meta decks because they're just the wrong element right now, go against each other, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I'm not supposed to play you, and you're not supposed to play me. And now we don't know what we're doing. I
Oh,
built my
you
deck
can do.
entirely around
I
someone else.
love looking at the sideboards and knowing that they're built for one thing, and you're just like, did not expect this. But I think it's one of my favorite part about online when you do online games like this is sometimes you just bring it and because it's everybody, you just go, yeah, I kind of they try to go counter meta, I went counter meta. We're kind of meeting here at the bottom of the pool. So
I mean, it's fun. It's a similar to like what you would see in a larger event like a Sen or something, where it's no longer your local meta, but really just who's out there. Just it could be anyone. It could be Chuck from down the street. It could be some dude that flew in and he's playing some cards you've never seen before, and you're like, I didn't prepare for this.
I've played a Yeti where my opponent was he was in Korea. He's like, hey, I got to go to work here in a couple hours, so like I want to get some sleep before I go to work. And I'm like, well, respect. Yeah, that is a for wow. That is that a fortuitous win that I see?
That is very funny, which I really like because hey, it's like we said, even if the decks draw a lot of cards, they don't do anything half the time first couple of turns. He is a double spirit. This is something you can only do because you're going first.
Yeah. And it's something you're going into, and you're not going into something like Fire Xander, where they could potentially do a lot to you on turn one. So
Yeah. Yeah, but instead you're going against allies, and what's the worst they can do? I put a 2/3 down, I swing. I put a 2/3 down, I swing. Oh no, 4 damage.
yeah,
And so you get to sculpt all 7 cards of your hand. Easy.
seeing a very similar opening to last game.
The classic invisible equals invincible ally. I love it.
Not many
He can,
things you can do about that. Not
yeah,
many.
he can ravage enemies. Oh, so a big thing I wanted to mention last time though is Wind Rye. Yes, it does put like constantly bounces allies back and forth, but it really depends on what cards you're playing. Because if you notice, there's actually no fast speed ways to put things back to hand, which is makes them quite a lot more vulnerable to allies lists like this. You're normally looking for So no, most of these lists, they almost always play disorienting winds because it has it has, what do you call it, efficiency. So when you're at level 3, it pretty much costs 0 for a Rye to play. You put your Arcane Elemental back to your hand, you draw an additional card. So it's like you lost nothing, or depending on what you played, sometimes you even +1. But Disoriented Winds is slow. You I believe it was Summon Gale. That was the other one that we used to play for Windrye because that thing's fast. It also has efficiency. It just doesn't add a card to your hand.
Yeah.
But now we're greedy. We only want to draw.
I mean, right now this is the meta of greed. This is kind of almost every deck is let's kind of greed as much as we can.
Yeah, look at
So
this. He's still on his Fortuitous Spirit. How often do you see a ride not go to level 1?
not not very often unless the hand is very very rough, which being able to glimpse 7, I can't really say the hand is rough unless I've been there where you dig 6, you look at 6 and you're like, "Man, this ain't great." But looking at 7, being able to pick them,
Yeah, and then he showed us a Mnemonic Charm. So I was like, you had something playable. You could go at level 1. But instead, he's like, nah, I want more cards. The meta of
yeah.
greed. I mean, yeah, it's funny enough though. He's actually taken significantly more damage than he did last time in the same situation. Ooh, Asian Protector shown.
Maybe a little bit early. BC the Hazy Caterpillar. Nothing really triggering it. I think just getting out an ally here. Pressure some damage, most likely.
Is it mandatory? Oh no, because
Uh,
there's no omens around, right?
yep, it is CL bonus and it's no omens, so
Yeah.
it does not trigger. But
I was just wondering because the funny thing about why I don't like playing cards like that is that are mandatory is feels really really bad when the only things to target on the board are, like, for example, if you didn't have this power cell, or like you'd have to either target your own power cell and get rid of it because once you suppress a token it's gone forever, or you'd have to target like a mnemonic charm. I'm like, oh wait, I don't want to play this ally ever.
yeah, luckily for that one though, it can target allies. This is a really cool part of Hazy Caterpillar.
I did not know that. So
Yep,
target itself. Let's go.
it can do target
Oh, target
ally,
another.
item,
I
or
suppress
weapon. Yep,
another.
yep.
Okay, can't target itself. Authorable just for a goodbye to that Fairy Whispers.
Looks like
Hmm.
mainly just a draw card. Do it during recollection. Keep that influence up.
Yeah. I mean, it was just kind of there as insurance just in case Tepe played some sort of unknown floating memory card, but just because it didn't, it's like, yeah, I want my card. Card's a card. And made sure to do it after the level up because he didn't want to risk those to the level up as well.
And there we're seeing Inquisitive Magician come out, get us to that third, looks like third prep counter and drawing a card right away. Not even gonna wait
Enlightenment.
on it.
Yeah, he's very enlightened. Already showing a bunch of arcane. I bet the rest of his hand's very arcane and wants to level up. Ooh, let's go. Probably show the same too. It was Spell Shield +1. Is that Shattering Discharge? Ooh. I love Shattering Discharge. It feels so good to banish something and still say it's useful and then use it for later. One of the Shattering Discharge, I want to say, is one of the best new cards that got introduced for Rye. I will apologize for earlier when I misspoke about how Voltaic Sphere worked. It could not discount the Arcane Elemental, and the reason I forgot that, despite being a Rye player, is because I replaced all of them in my deck with Shattering Discharge. It's just so good.
It I will say it is probably one of the best pieces Rye has gotten for the deck. It also does get you through a lot of situations where people are trying to prevent damage they are doing
Yeah.
to them. Being able to have it to essentially pop bubbles that are being put on people, or just being able to essentially, even with the unblockable damage, being able to just kind of eat through pieces that you normally wouldn't be able to.
The biggest thing about that card that I really like is Rai always had this issue. So the level 2 Rai says every turn, for the first time you play activate a mage action, you get one enlightened counter. And there was always a struggle because you can definitely play one on your turn, but there was so few ways to play one on your opponent's turn to take advantage of the additional enlightened counter until Shattered Discharge showed up. All of a sudden I was like, I'll pay one on my opponent's turn. I'll just get 2 damage for free and an enlightened counter, and it actually cleans up so much. It helps you so much, get you so many more cards that you wouldn't have gotten before. Ooh, Tepe clearing the board again though.
I think at this point, clearing one was definitely necessary because the
Yeah.
half had already saved the ace in once. You kind of want to keep a little bit of pressure off. But after seeing my opponent play two of them and not
Yeah.
really showing me any of their allies during the game, I'd be pretty safe just saying, you know what?
I was about to say, once he cleared those, I was 100% going to say like, I bet there's an Eternal Magistrate coming out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense. Deflecting Edge should keep that Azen safe from those two Magicians into now everything's safe forever. Yo, please hit the Shattering Discharge. Make cool stuff happen. Nice!
There we go.
And it's the same two that he's been showing, so nothing special has been, no additional information has been revealed.
And putting it separate to the side just to let his opponent know, like, hey, I've got this.
Mhm.
Also to help yourself remember, remember I got this.
Yeah, that is the worst part about a lot of these things. You're just like, oh no, it's somewhere in my banishment. I swear. It's not as bad as forgetting about your own Serene Spirit though.
Oh, I've number of times I've picked up in a game and I look at my spirits, I'm like, yeah. We've all been there. It happens every single time.
It's that delicate balance where it's like, do I want to set this card apart to let my opponent remember that it's clearly there? But I kind of need it for myself too, because I'm going to forget that it's clearly there. Or do you want to hide it?
Yeah.
Uh,
And it looks like we may be debating at the end of turn, is what we're doing there. Thinking if we wanted to play, which anytime my opponent debates at that point, we're at the end of turn and where I'm like, do I do anything? I always wonder, I'm like, what did they have? What did they want to play?
for me, it looks like he's doing math because this is definitely a turn that you can output. You only need to do 13 damage. There was already 6 on board with the with the bulwark sword that becomes 9 on board. So you need +4. And then yeah, I was gonna say all you need
Yep.
is 1 inspiring call to work. Ooh, I really like this. I love displace, and this is why.
This
So
and being able to displace an ASIN is real fun in this case scenario.
yeah.
Because not only are we able to remove ASIN off the board, but we're also going to essentially say, hey, you're going to essentially put ASIN back in your hand or you're going to lose the bonus on two of them.
And it rests the Azen, so it
Yep.
can't even attack either. Did he? I guess it doesn't really matter because the Azen gets rested, but I personally would have allowed the Inspiring Call to resolve first, put the buff on Azen, and then displace. So it comes in rested and without the +1, just in case, because you're playing against a Guardian, right? You never know if they might just say, hey, rallied advance, wake it up, hit you for an additional +1.
Yep. Oh, it was during recollection too. That's even
Yes.
much
That's
better.
how you, yeah. Get away with not having to swing with CL first, possibly play a second Inspiring Call now you have all your cards back in hand.
Yep. I think the
Yeah,
return here though, I probably would have put ASIN back in my hand in that case scenario, returning the ASIN for the ASIN.
Mm.
Probably what I would have done, but
Yeah, you get 2 allies worth of damage, and then you can just play the A's and get the A's damage through anyway.
yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Oh, there's a Resolute
Oh,
anyway.
Resolute. Yep.
Whoa, playing really safe actually, going for 2 tricks like that. I think it was mostly to be able to put an additional additional card down to be able to level up. And probably he didn't have the Resolute until after the display said here's an Enlighten, and then level 2 said here's another Enlighten, and then draw, and then like, oh, I guess I had the Resolute the whole time.
Yeah. Did we draw off the Enlighten counter we got off of the right trigger and the Enlighten? Because we actually may have drawn the Resolute.
I'm assuming he has to have drawn the Resolute because I don't see any other reason why you would displace first. Because in the end, you needed the 3 cards in your memory anyway to hard level in front of a Eternal Magistrate. Looks like he is going for the level up here. Time to show off some. Ooh,
Is
that
that
3 shattering?
3 shattering discharges? All right.
All right, yo, we're cooking.
Pretty good.
I love those cards. Yeah. Is he going to level up without leveling up? Ah, there it is. Hey, let's go. And yeah, and then time to start doing the thing that I was saying. You get this is your easiest way to get enlightened counters as soon as you can.
Poke some damage, get some enlighten.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So I believe that was 3 arcane on the left, like that actual banishment. So to an important thing to remember, even though they're set apart, those 2 additional shattered discharges that being said are actually still in banishment, which does mean there are 5 in I would have 5 arcane in banishment, putting Rai to level 8.
And we're at 5 right now, so that means an Arcane Elemental can come down for 2, but I definitely think we want to go a little bit further.
I think we want to go careful study 3 times for 0. That'd be pretty nice.
Turns out pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty nice to get a card and a half in like pay 1 card to get a card and a half at a time. Oh, actually he just passed. Okay.
Might be holding up a Tempest here. Is a possibility.
Yeah, Tempest now costs 0. We see, yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought Tempest. Oh, same thing. Same play, go up to 3 Enlighten, 1 from the Displace, 1 from the Rye 2. Another card draw. So effectively, you're just cycling through your Displaces just to stay alive a little longer.
Does get its a third enlighten, so will get us at least kind of replace itself in this situation.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good for Rye. Every single turn that it takes to kill him is so much more powerful than him than the allies player. Every single materialize matters so much here. We can finally get to see books come out probably next turn. Believe it is. Does he play double tome? He did. Just tome of sorcery. Okay, no level tome, which makes sense because you are playing what do you got, wind and not fire. You don't need the extra level that much.
Yeah, and you're mainly wanting to cycle, hopefully banish arcane cards, move them out of the deck, which is a good way to be able to do that.
Yeah, and then Tome of Sorcery is the one that just gets you to draw back right away, and you do value the Empower sometimes. It is a little bit harder to get Arcane into your banishment, so it is harder to than Firewood, for example. So it is a little bit harder to get to your magical level 11 where your Arcane Blasts do cost 0 and do 11 damage. The Empower can matter.
My favorite part about it is being able to bring out the Tome of Sacred Lightning off of it, being able to essentially draw what you're going to banish.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's one of my favorite pieces of that tech. Which opponent did not replay the Magistrate, so we do have a shot to go for that here.
Very surprising you didn't do it. It's one of those. It was a quiet turn, but I wonder what they're choosing to do here. Guess it was just an inspiring call and hope it works, but nothing happened. Oop. Set face for another 2, get another enlighten, go to 4. Did he draw into memory for the Tome of Sorcery?
Yeah, because we banished a dungeon guide.
Oh yeah,
memory, and
right.
then played 1 to play the.
Yeah, I was just counting his influence still 4.
Going for the Empower, because why not? We're about to get rid of it, so let's just go ahead and get it for free.
Oh hell yeah!
And there we got Tome of Lightning. Tome of Lightning does come into play and will trigger another draw card on enter because it does inherit all the effects of the tome before it.
Gets the on enter, draw a card into memory, and then you activate the Tome of Sacred Lightning to banish a card you just drew. So you can effectively just drew a card into hand instead of memory, and you hope that you blindly drew into Arcane, so it gives you a +1.
Drew into Careful Study though, unfortunately.
Aww. Please give me that in hand instead. Come on, man.
Fluffy Shopkeeper to try to stay off the bleeding a little bit.
So another thing that Fluffy Shopkeeper is really good for this this deck actually is that it gets additional arcane cards into your banishment without having to use them. So normally one of the really awkward things about Win Rai and trying to do this bouncing kind of thing is you often needed the Storm Tyrant's Eye to be used to be like your 7th arcane because it's the easiest one to get just from your material deck. But Storm Tyrant's Eye also hurts you when you use it. So if you have too much, if you've accrued too many damage counters, you can't use it. Otherwise, you risk killing yourself. Until Fluffy Shopkeeper says get rid of it for free.
Yeah, I forgot to completely the Arcane Elemental actually says card element or Arcane Elemental card, not specifically has to be main deck cards, which is pretty good. I'm so coded to playing slimes that I'm so used to it being slime cards, and it has to be a slime ally.
Oh man, early set cards, you know how they are. They forgot how restrictions work in the early sets of every card game ever. And then all of a sudden they're like, that's a little too generic. Maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. Unless you're
Could
Rye, because who cares? Because it's Rye. Listen, when Rye can top another event, we'll look at him again.
Right now, I only know probably 3 or 4 Rye players, so counting on you guys to do it.
Let's go. Mangsum Armoire. That's why he kind of slowed down this turn so that he could pull up the Inspiring Call back from his Omens just to be able to play it again like this. Get extra damage, get extra cards.
I do like that tech a lot for this list, actually.
Yeah,
which I think is actually, the more I see that card played, the more I like it. Being able to essentially just be able to reset a card back into your hand is incredibly powerful for CL.
Oh yeah, I felt that last week where I was playing regionals and they reset a Regal Inquisition on me. I was kind of ripped every single one of my win conditions out of my hand, eh?
Oh, I got milled for the first time by a fire CL, and I was like, they can do that? That's a
Oh
win
yeah.
con?
Wait, is he just
Like,
letting
no
everything
way.
through? They just left everything through. I guess it doesn't really matter because the Fluffy Shopkeep, yeah, the Fluffy
Yeah.
Shopkeep could intercept 1, but then the Bulwark hits him to 24, and then any 1 damage from hand would have killed him anyway. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
no
guess he
Resolute or
didn't find
anything
the
to try
answer.
to stay it off there, which looks like we tried, but unfortunately, we didn't see it. Which, that's one thing. This is one thing unfortunate, especially when you bring with something with like Rye, especially Win Rye, is going into text like this is you are ready for one type of meta. You're ready for it to be slower. And sometimes you kind of end up going into something that is a little bit faster. You start going into allies or aggro, and it's like, well, I was hoping to not see it, but here we are.
Yeah, Windrye definitely suffers from like 60 card syndrome here because there's so many cards you want to play, or 72 card syndrome, honestly, because there are so many material deck cards you also want to play, but you can't cover every single matchup, and then it just ends up faltering sometimes when you look at the matchups you were not expecting to see, like this, right?
Yeah, and it's
Oof.
another big thing about this as well is that magistrate did so much work on more than just stopping the dungeon guide from leveling. It stopped us from being able to Xiao use to be able to put out the tomes early. It stopped us from being able to go right into tome to be able to cycle it on game 1. There was a lot of things that unfortunately that magistrate just kind of shut off for Rye, and Rye was kind of forced to play a slower game plan. But when your opponent's going 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage, and it keeps building that up, it's very, very hard to kind of just get back from that without having to clear the board. And unfortunately, the board clear says reset your hand and go again.
Yeah, it's just a rough um pull from the matchup roulette here. Like he really definitely wanted to see something else against fire or something, and that he probably would be relaxed for quite a while. It is unfortunate. There's actually not that many wind players today. Even it's still fire dominated. We do have statistics available that we can pull up soon, but it is, yeah, it's kind of luck of the draw sometimes, right? Even if you have the best deck, even if you know what you're building for and you're ready and 80% of the room is playing it, you can still hit the wrong side.
Yeah, and that's and into this meta, it's a good bet to bet on playing against fire. It's a very big thing to guess on, and sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. And looking at the stats here, something also pretty crazy is we're seeing a lot of Lorraine still, for very good reason. Lorraine, Fire and Soul, probably still one of the stronger decks currently in the meta. Something that is very dominant for a lot of the events. If you look back, for the last couple of regionals, it is a deck that is on a tear. It has a lot of options and probably benefits most from a lot of the new cards with things like Fluffy Shopkeeper and Ryle. So not surprising to see that. What I am surprised to see is a pretty even split across the board from things like Xander to CL, which is pretty crazy.
You know what I'm very surprised to see? No Vanitas.
Yeah, Vanitas, Pickle Sword talked about it quite a bit during the ascent. It is a deck that was made for one type of event, but once people start knowing what to do against it, you kind of get a little scared to play it. Kind of going back to the days of erupting, where the deck is very very strong. It does one thing really really well, but if you get if you get answered, it's a little bit tough. So I'm
Yeah.
not necessarily fully shocked to not see it, but people may be a little scared to run it into a post Boston meta where people are gonna really try to hate out that deck.
Well, I think it's really funny because it is a horse deck, and truly it became the one trick pony deck because it is just pony toss, right?
Oh, and I misspoke. Apologize, Pickle Sword. Pickle Sword didn't say it was a bad deck or gonna be a rough deck. I think it was actually Caben is the one who mentioned that. So that's on me.
Well, I think another thing though is with the introduction of a new Proxia card, like we saw both of its players trying to play it, right? They want to test it out. They want to see how good it's going to be. You have other players who are also expecting that to be tested out, to kind of change the meta a little bit. You don't want to be playing the same thing over and over again, especially if you were one of the ones that were like practicing for Boston and played Vanitas, and you're like, oh, I've been hiding this and practicing this for like a month. Let me play something fun instead.
Yeah, and going into this one is we're leading to a lot of regionals right around the corner, and with the Michigan regional right around the corner as well. Probably a lot of people want to test a couple of different builds before they kind of finalize what they're sending in this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm playing the Michigan regionals. I believe that Serene Balance Productions will be casting it. So hey, maybe I'll try to do my best. Someone's casting it. I know that for sure. But hopefully I'll do my best so people watch. But I'm here to scout. Time to see what people are playing.
Yeah, and that's one thing cool about this is we do get a, with getting in the overhead view, you get to see kind of across the tournament kind of what decks are doing well, and you get to kind of look at the outside and say, I like that card a lot. Don't like that card. I'm not real sure on this. And it's also a good and it kind of shows where maybe other players are thinking where they think the meta might be going or kind of what decks they may be kind of adjusting for more of this meta.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about stuff like Yeti locals, or like the weeklies, and be like, "Oh, it's really just like an international locals. It's very for fun. It's very like light." So yes, you can't take all of the deck lists too seriously all the time, but it does give you are right. It does give a good general impression of how everyone's kind of thinking about the meta, how everyone's kind of feeling about what's strong, what's not. Because it is just one of the harder locals for sure to be able to target certain decks. You just kind of have to play general field, and if everyone's playing general field, then you kind of get an idea of what's going on here. Like I think this spirit breakdown is very accurate for what we're seeing in the current meta right now.
Oh, 100%. Which it is no surprise that over 50% of the meta is fire. It is something you're probably going to see a trend happen for at least a while, as we see Ryle still kind of a dominant factor in a lot of decks. I won't go too much into it, as I think it's we've probably beat that dead horse quite a bit. And if you are newer into Grand Archive and kind of getting into see, let's just say Ryle is a probably one of the strongest openers you can see in fire right now, which is why you see a very large swing of this going fire at the moment.
I'd even argue there's too much wind. Like the water makes sense to me, but the wind is a little, there's quite. I don't really know if there's actually 10 wind decks that are competitive right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we still got things like Wind Tristan pretty heavily. Of course, we've seen good results from the Wind CL list have been doing pretty well. Those are the two main ones I can think of top of my head. We also do see there is the Wind Wake Up list, which is a very very aggressive opening list. So there are three that I could potentially see
Yeah.
being kind of the big thing, but for the most part, those are kind of outlier lists that I've seen. We haven't seen like too many people like try to dominate the meta with them. So I'm on the same boat where I'm very shocked to see wind still higher than water in this regard, especially with I think water having some of the better answers at the moment to kind of deal with that Ryle opening and that Ryle packages that we've seen.
I think wind's just always around because it's just easy to play. It's a comfort pick for a lot of people, right? It's very simple. You know what you're going to get. There's nothing too fancy you really have to do with wind. Despite it having many tricks, you kind of still know. Like it's the most consistent game plan, right? You have fire who sometimes draws their Rile the Abyss, sometimes draws their Creative Shocks, sometimes it just doesn't, and two completely different games. right? You
Yeah,
just like, oh, I have one card in hand instead of 16. Feels awful. Water, sometimes same thing. You draw all your interaction. You're saying, oh, I'm going to stop you boys. And then your opponent just doesn't play into you. And wind
yeah.
is like, I have my game plan. I can do whatever I want. I can interact with you. But in the end, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's something that's crazy as me as well because I used to see, especially early on this meta, I was seeing a lot more Wind Tristan, a lot more Wind Assassin try and do this thing, and it's kind of as Fire kind of became more and more of this dominant force. It's a deck that I didn't expect to get pushed out as much as it is, but now I'm seeing it more and more where the deck just kind of gets pushed itself to the side. And I'm not sure if that's mainly because we've seen things like Luxom become a bigger hit, or we're seeing things like Insole be a bigger package, but it's just kind of one of those weird things I never would have guessed early on if you told me that Wind Tristan was going to be kind of pushed a little bit to the side in this meta. I would not have kind of guessed that.
Yeah, we just sped up a lot. So there are a lot of decks who like Wind Tristan, I think was one of the was like the epitome of if you take too long, I will kill you kind of decks, right? But all of a sudden the timer is too long. There's no minimum timer anymore because slice and dice was used to be the minimum timer. You used to say, hey, if you take too long, I'm gonna slice and dice you for 15. I'm gonna just tear you apart. But against these level 3 decks that are going speed leveling right away. You're like, I have 28 maximum health right now. I have like 3 influence. It's going to be 8 in like a couple turns, but you can't kill me right now. And you don't. You still have to generate preparation for your level 2, and then you have to go level 3, and you have to still like mastermind scheme, blah blah blah. You need time. I need less.
Yeah, and it's and it's one of those things as well as we see with fire with fire as well. Is this package not only sped up these level 3 decks, but it is seen with the Vanitas list. It is actually sped up aggro decks as well, which is actually a very scary thing.
Yeah, that's the scarier part. I think is there are a lot of decks right now that are currently gate kept not by level 3s but by those level 0, level 1 fire aggro lists. Like if you can't answer suited, if you can't answer fire Goja Suzaku, you really can't be playing in the meta right now because those things will just, no matter how good you are at deck building, if you're just playing the wrong cards because you're just trying something else, you're targeting the wrong like meta, you just take 17 on your second or third turn and your game's over.
I've been on the receiving end. We have a local FISA player that loves the deck, and so it's kind of something that we have a joke in DFW. It's you got to respect FISA because you're gonna see him, regardless of what happens. You're gonna see him.
Yeah, I was like last week I scooped on my opponent's turn 1 because he showed me perfect fire opening. I'm like, yep, I'm going to take 9 damage this turn. And the next turn, and then he showed me the rest of his hand. It's like, I have Heat of Vengeance, I have a Blazing Throw. I'm like, I was going to die turn 2 anyway.
Number of
And I
times
was
I've
like,
watched my opponent go Arthur into red hair, and I'm like, yeah, that's. Guess I'll take 6.
yeah.
I love it.
Hey, it was March Hare into Red Hair. I'm like, oh no, that's a lot. Let's try to kill them. Let's try to kill the March Hare. And they're like, but I have a Dazzling Courtesan. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna bring back the March Hare. I'm like, I lose.
Good game. I loved it. On
Yeah,
top of when they follow that up with a poison dagger, and you're like, man, I wish you ran Mustangs right now.
yeah. You're just like, I'm just not playing the right deck. I guess I got skill checked.
Yeah,
GG.
it's
Won't go next.
one thing. Is one thing about it. You just kind of there is always going to be a deck that you have to be able to race or survive, and right now it's aggro
Right?
is
Yeah,
probably
real
one of
right now the racers are winning. I'm like,
oh
yo, chill. Rabbit versus the hare. The rabbit is just beating up. So wait, what am I saying? Tortoise and the hare. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, tortoise and the hare is just beating up the tortoise constantly and be like, oh no, you can't play. You can't get over here.
yeah, and on top of not even the fire deck that could just do that much damage to you, but what I spoke about earlier, the wind wake up list. I don't know if you've been hit by that yet, where
Oh
we
yeah, 1,000 times. You see a Lube goes distant, you see a Ranger strides next to him, like, oh, I'm dead. And then they just play a Cheshire Cat, and I'm like, oh, I'm extra dead.
I've
Lube?
been killed by the opening where they just go Mad Hatter, and I go, huh. Where I got hit with the expedition opening into Mad Hatter, and I was like, I think I die.
Yeah,
I think
it is
I think it's over.
quite mad indeed.
Yeah. I was like, how much are you doing? Oh, I'm taking 16 and I'm spirit. Yeah. Okay. I can't even release yet. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll release something, that's for sure, but it won't be nice.
Yeah. It's where I think we're seeing a lot more people playing like fluffy shopkeepers. We're seeing a lot more Stalwart Shieldmates come back into play. I've even seen water decks running the new 0/4 taunt frog.
Dude, that bullfrog is so. I love Thronekeeper Bullfrog. It's so funny. I love that
I
thing.
think I think it's a card that water kind of needed for a while. Just something to be able to slap on the board and just say, get through this, and just gives them time to kind of build up. Which again, why I'm shocked we're not seeing more water
Yeah,
at the moment. But
that fourth health point on it matters so much. There's so many decks that say, "Oh, zero like 1/3 fluffy shopkeeper, no problem." As soon as you hit four, I'm like, hmm. And half the time it's backed up by like, ah, here's a Storm of Thorns or something like that. And you're like, yeah, I pass. That my turn's over. That frog is too big.
not to mention when you're playing as the wind deck and you're playing into it with Asen, where it's even hard to just be able to say, I'm gonna go Windmill Engineer Asen because you're pretty much committing your whole hand and into a water deck that just could be holding Frostbind at any moment. Gets a little scary.
Yeah. And then at the end of the day, they kill it and they're like, ah, floating memory. That's fine with me. As long as
Yeah,
you didn't turn one sensor, you know? And that's
yeah.
probably why we're not seeing water. Unfortunately, water for several sets has been identified by, hey, let's put tons of floating memory into my graveyard and then use it all. And they have been unfortunately caught in the crossfire between other decks that said, hey, stop using your graveyard.
Yeah,
Let's throw a sensor out.
that's one thing. There's a lot of decks right now. You kind of just getting caught in the crossfire of you can't really rely too much on your graveyard at the moment, mainly because you're getting hit with sensor. Most decks right now are running sensor. Most aggro decks are, and then a lot of the level 3 control decks, once they hit 3, they're like, I don't need my floating memory anymore. We're gonna run out sensor.
Yeah, and then all water can do is fracturize, and you're like, oh, my sensor just became a Grand Crusader's ring. I'm fine with that. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not, but I guess that is what it is.
Yeah, it's one of it's one of those things, and it's actually something as well as funny that I'm seeing now is I'm seeing a lot of lanterns also kind of get pushed out of the board, or either sometimes pushed into sideboard, or lantern actually being pushed completely out of the list in favor of things like sensor for those spots, which is pretty crazy to me because I think we were multiple metas where you would not bring a deck without nullifying lantern,
I
and
mean,
now
that's
we're
a yeah, that's a big reason why like Lorraine's back, right? Because Rending Flames is a real card again. You couldn't play before, and now everyone's like, I'll play the cheeky one or two of Rending Flames, and I'm just gonna kill you.
yeah. Not to mention Lorraine also main porting 4 of Reduced Dash as well for a lot
Yeah,
of case scenarios, just to say because they need deal with sensor. So being able to hit both of them is it's very hard to justify running both of those in the list just for that deck.
yeah. Man, I miss playing honest GA instead of turbo. But we'll figure something out. The good thing about GA is we'll figure something out eventually. Someone will just say, "Here's my new broken control list, and I will beat you up."
Yeah, and it's one of those things that I'm kind of cool seeing the how things have kind of like morphed as well around a lot of these cards. And of course, the big thing is watching how people also play into the meta against these cards, even if you can't. And most of the times, you would try to figure out a new card to beat it. But as we kind of saw with things like Boston, where we're kind of like fight fire with fire, where we're gonna take that same strategy a lot of these level 3 decks are doing, and we're gonna kind of tweak it a little bit and kind of make it fit more into what we want to do against these, which we saw with kind of the Vanitas with the fire horse Vanitas list, where it just kind of tax you out, be able to kind of reduce kind of what you want to do and make you lose that value that we would normally see of like gaining the +1. Take that +1 away by making you pay more, which is actually something that I'm again with water. Is another very good card right now is Nia hitting play, being able to play turn one Nia, forcing your opponent to say, hey, if you want to go to level 1, even if you have a liminal guide, it's going to cost you an additional card to do it. So we essentially eat away some of that bonus that they were gaining off of discarding that liminal and even floating memory.
All right. In the meantime, I believe we're getting close to round two. I think we only had a couple minutes left of regulation time, and then we're going to move around. We're going to be shuffling up some of our casters today, just so you know. I'm here for round one, and then I am going to run away and enjoy your beautiful talents for an hour. Replace with Clem. We love Clem.
And I will be here probably most of the night. So I may be out for maybe one round, but yeah, I will probably be one that's here for quite a while. So Hey, welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to go into round two. And joining me this time is Clem. Clem, go ahead and say hi to everybody.
Hi, hi, hi. I'm getting sick like everyone. I think that's the theme of today's stream. Everyone's just getting sick or getting into Silk Song. Are you looking forward to gaming after Yetis? Are you gonna stay up and just game all night?
Listen, I'm both in the boat of getting sick and playing Silk Song. So it is probably a I want to play more after stream, but after we're done, I'm probably saying nope, it's time for bed. I gotta get some work done tomorrow. So I wish I could, and I don't think work will be happy if I'm like, yeah, I'm sick with a Silk Song sickness. I can't really do it.
The GTA flu. It's a very rare condition that comes by every like 5 years ish. Just for a weekend, you gotta take this day off.
Gotta take the extended weekend again for something. But no, we actually have a really exciting game coming up for you guys. We actually have a very interesting Win Tristan list going against Fire Luxom. I'm actually kind of excited about this Win Tristan because not standard to what we would normally see with this kind of list. So
Yeah, when someone says win Tristan, you think about, oh, it's gonna be like, Shadow Strike and Slice and Dice, but not this time. Do you wanna talk about it a bit before we go into the game here?
yeah, I'm really excited to talk about this list because we saw Tristan and then we were kind of looking down the list. We're like, huh, there's no level 3 in this list. So we're just going straight from level 1 into level 2 and then or level 1 to level 2 and we're just kind of staying there. Not really pushing. It's likely we're probably seeing going for the card draw is what I assume is we're probably going for. Kind of build up that prep counters, kind of play more of a what looks like more of an ally focused build. And going for more of kind of the combo that we don't really get to see as often with the more traditional win Tristan where we're just saying, go to 3 Shadow Strike in the game. This is going to be a lot more of a looks more of a tempo, play some allies, get some counters, keep drawing cards, and then end the game with some slice and dices.
Yeah, I think this might be better. Like everyone's playing level 3 decks, obviously. Like we've been talking about it since the set came out. So Riot has really enabled all of those decks. So something like this really enables, like, really counters that, I think, while also keeping true to the Tristan spirit. And level 2 still lets them like tank a lot of damage and get a lot of value off of the prep counters as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this does, especially into a level 3 deck like Fire Luxom. I don't think anything particularly jumps out at me on Neo Wong's list. Obviously, they're playing the Ryo package. There's one planted, one turbocharge, which are the old, I don't know, somewhat old ratios. I might be personally, I would play one more planted explosives, but I don't know what I would take out for it.
Yeah, it's and one thing I've noticed as well, especially with the Fire Luxem list, is they've kind of ever since Boston, they've kind of all been all over the place. Where you can kind of tell they kind of one wants to do one thing, one wants to play more of the planned explosive route. We have seen more go for more of the stealth of Into the Shadows, kind of playing a little bit more of a stealth variant to kind of deal with it. So it's kind of cool to see them taking different approaches with the list and not just kind of sticking to the traditional four ofs like we've seen in the past.
100% agree. The other thing that I think is interesting about these decks, well, going back to Tristan rather, Sharpened Blade are Noe plays 4 Sharpened Blades in this deck, which is not a card you see often. I like the card. And if I like, it fits the deck thematically as well, right? With it's Sadie on it, and it's pretty good, I think, with the whole poison dagger. Well, not poison dagger, but like the poison dagger, slice and dice, uh, mercenary's blade, or assassin's ripper combo. Yeah, emergent, or in this case, it's emergent dagger.
Yeah, and
But
as well, the other one is big in this deck is Imperial Spy is actually another huge card that we don't really get to see Tristan's run a lot, and we're actually seeing in this one. So it's definitely going to be a very interesting, very a lot more, if anything, probably a lot more aggressive of a Tristan list than we've probably seen in the past.
seems that both players are already in the game here. Very classic draw for turn, do nothing from Fire Xander here. Iowi also going. I believe that's a windmill engineer. Yes,
Yep.
it is
Windmill
imbued.
Engineer revealed the two. Already starting that already starting that influence gain early.
Yeah, yeah. Attacking in for one, getting the damage, getting the influence up. Very, very good. Solid turn one play here. Rearranging the cards a bit so we could see. And I presume their opponent also was like, what is that card? I want to see them. Oh, Leo Wong with the perfect opener here into Ryle into Undying Dream. So he has a free level up next turn into Xander level 1 here.
Which no weight on that, just slamming it down, saying now we're going straight to one. I know what I need to do here.
Yeah, it's straightforward. Yeah, if you do have a plan, it's get to level 3, start revealing Luxom, Life Weaver's Assaults and Luxom sites, and then just win the game. So he's very much doing as expected for the deck here. Niobe also with the very, very classic Windmill Reclaim here, turn 1, managing to reclaim to level up into Tristan.
See the Ryle player say, "I've got the perfect hand to start," and the win goes, "I do too." Mine might be
Yeah.
mine might be 2 seasons behind, but it is it is still a perfect
It's
opening for
still
me.
the optimal play. Yeah. And cannot be haters on the good old Windmill Reclaim here.
Listen, it still feels good to pull off. It's even after multiple sets, it still feels great.
Yeah, then even better when you can do it multiple times. I'll be showing us just how amazing it is. You might be giving away a bit some information, but it's still worth it because you get your influence up high. Can you help me figure out what the other card that was revealed is? It's a Veiling Breeze and something else, but can't quite tell.
I believe it is a Whisper Rogue. It is a Gale Whisper Rogue is what we are seeing. Something as well we don't see often get played, which is fair. But Gale Whisper Rogue is a 2/2 stealth. Pretty much like we've seen with some of the other 2/2 stealth. The only difference of this one is it is class on the stealth, and it is an assassin human. So we do get some tech we can do with humans off it. Likely, just being able to have another set of stealth units is not a very not something to really laugh at, especially with not a lot of people being able to answer stealth in this current meta. So
Yeah, 3 cost 2 to stealth will always be good. Well, it will be especially good in this meta. Now we also bringing out the Unyielding Wraithguard. Specters infiltrating every deck we see today, I think.
Wraithguard's
Well,
another
not
one of these.
today.
Well, pretty much every day at this
For the
point.
season, yeah.
But one thing about I think the Wraithguard is actually probably one of my other favorite cards without just like kind of pushing the Ryle package to the side here. Is it is one of those cards where very few kind of cards in the game let you get that kind of double protection that this card does. It's kind of like you're giving up the Star Wars Shieldmate floating memory just to be able to stop 2 attacks, which a lot of case scenarios I would much prefer than just gaining the floating.
Yeah, yeah, I think it is arguably better because it is a stalwart shieldmate that just comes back without you having to pay for it. And the floating, especially if you're playing a very low to the ground level 1 deck like Niobe is here, this is going to be just strictly better than a stalwart shieldmate. Neo Wong doing some classic Xander action here. Playing Creative Shock, discarded a Vanish from Sight last turn with it. Which might be, if you're not used to it, it might be a bit confusing. He immediately was able to get it back with Xander Deft Executor because it is an assassin action. So he has protected and happy.
Yeah, and one thing you hate is when Xander reveals or shows you that they have the ability to shut off your entire turn. It makes a lot of your thought process a little bit harder on kind of what you're wanting to do and kind of when you get a chance to be able to kind of go for that big push. And you really don't want to have that big turn setup and your opponent just say you're gonna have to wait a turn to do it.
Yeah, yeah, but I think it's if you're playing an ally deck, it's not necessarily that bad because then you can just invest your resources into protecting yourself and building your board without much fear of retaliation while you're attacking.
Yeah, and we could likely see here as well. We could see that turn be turned into kind of clearing maybe some of these liminal guides off the board.
Yeah, yeah, because Vanish only protects your champion, so it's not too big of an issue if you cannot attack and force damage into there. And in this matchup, I think Naomi is much more likely to take the game with an Emergent Dagger, Sharpened Blade, Slice and Dice turn because Xander recovers so much that it's tough. Oh, Tithe Proclamation coming out. That is an OG card
We
that
are,
we
we are
haven't
seeing
seen in
some
a
of the old
while.
cards come
Yeah.
out here.
So, can you remind us what Tithe Proclamation does, NEETfull?
Yeah, so Tithe Proclamation is one of the first like really kind of situational pieces we really saw come in and kind of make impact, especially against Merlin back in the day. But the card says on enter, draw a card. So we have a Regalia that already replaces itself. Already a pretty good Regalia in my book. But on top of that, it says players cannot draw more than 3 cards each turn unless it's their first turn of the game. So a big thing about this means if you go and you play a Ryle and you discard 2 cards, those cards you're drawing, that's it. That is all you're going to draw for the turn. So there was a lot of times where, especially in decks like Xander, decks like Merlin, decks like Lorraine, where they were trying to draw a lot of cards, see a lot of their deck, it kind of slows them down because now they're forced to say, I got to do it on your turn, I got to do it on my turn. And it kind of causes this almost half turn slowdown that we really like to see against decks like that, especially when we have a lot of level 3s that are just trying to get influence as quickly as possible.
And thank you. I feel like you're absolutely right. And even though Xander is level 2 here and there's 2 liminal guides, level 3 now, but all the liminal guides have come out, it's still going to be very impactful because he cannot just banish a million, damn it, I wanted to say Gleaming Cuts from um, his memory and to just draw a million cards. Leveling up. Whoa, the exploit vulnerability in the graveyard. What did you catch how that happened?
I believe he is playing, he's using the prep card to play it, and targeting Xander as the target for the assassin on hit trigger.
That's really good. Oh,
And like,
oh,
yep, and
that is a really, really good turn one. Like, it's level 3 first reveal from Leo Wong here. Gets to get the value off of the Gleaming Cut still, but that will be his draws for the turn once he draws for turn. So 3 and done. But damage is damage on top of it. So
yep.
Live Viewer's Assault also was meant to be.
Now I did not catch if we drew with the export vulnerability or not. I believe we did, and if so, I believe we should be at 3 cards now.
I think they haven't resolved the Live Viewer's Assault yet, so we're not in. Haven't drawn for turn. Because there were no. Or, oh, wait. Was the exploit on this turn?
I believe it was so. Yeah,
'Cause
so
I thought
I
it was.
believe it might have been, and we may want to have that get checked to see, because I believe there might have been a draw of an exploit, and if we did draw 2 off of the Gleaming Cut, that means we would be at the 3 turn. But there's a chance we could have just played exploit without using the prep, which could
Or
also be very likely,
yeah.
just to get the cards down.
It's no, it's like I believe exploit could have very well been played at the end step of Naomi's turn. It's hard to tell without being there and hearing the players
Yeah,
go
we had
through
a
the
very
steps and
quick
phases
opening.
of the game. Yeah, I was going
Yeah.
very by very quickly.
Yeah, I believe we may have had an extra draw there. Is what
Yep,
happened.
there was an extra card draw because Exploit was played this turn in response to Xander 3. Tithe Proclamation. It comes back and messes with everyone's heads again.
Listen, I get it. It's one of those things you have not had to play for in a while, and especially if you're a new player, it's probably something. This might be the first time you're actually seeing this card. It's kind of one
Yeah,
of those things that it's very it's something you don't think about. You don't ever think about your draws being restricted, and now all of a sudden throwing that element to the game where I've been at a problem where I've essentially gone and played a card and they said you can't draw off it. I'm like, yeah, you're right, I can't.
it really is like that. It's very unfortunate because it happens a lot. So you even like accidentally. I feel like most of the time you accidentally draw a card, so it's not an uncommon thing to see. It just feels worse when it's due to a card effect and not you like accidentally drawing a card. It seems that unfortunately Leo Wong also shuffled his hand after drawing the card for turn, so it will make the fix a tiny bit more difficult. I believe the fix might be for Leo Wong to reveal his hand, and then Niobe will pick which card goes back on top of his deck due to the information of which card was drawn last being lost now.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of those. It happens. It luckily this is a more casual event, a little more for learning, more for fun kind of event. So it is kind of a situation where normally it would be a much bigger deal. Here in this situation, as we said, just giving your opponent an option, pick a card, put it at the bottom. Now there's some good cards in there. It'd be pretty rough to lose them, but it is the most fair way to do this, especially when your opponent doesn't really have that knowledge of what card you drew.
But now as casters, it's gonna be interesting being able to see Leo Wong's hand and start talking about what plays he might start making now that he is level 3 finally. Okay, so he already also has recollected for turn. So, well, we knew that he did have the one of the Light Weaver's assaults. So, and with it being a unique art, luckily it's very easy to identify. So let's look at Leo Wang's hand now. There's a Life Weaver's assault, obviously that gets put back on top of his deck. So Niobe dodges 2 damage for this turn. Um,
Yeah, I think the call was the judge just said put it back and shuffle it back in to make it truly random.
yeah, it does feel like it. But there's the incap, which is going to be very painful for the sharpened blade here. So it's going to right. We're finally back in the game. Both players settling in after the bit of a shock and the pause of the judge call. Um, I believe Leo Wong just passed turn after it, keeping up the incap, keeping up those reactive cards. He also always has the insignia of the Korhazi to put 3 cards down into his memory at the beginning of his turn so he can reveal them for the Xander trigger.
Yep, and we do see
Ooh.
the poison blade coming out
Yep.
for Noe's play here. So we're definitely setting that up, kind of going for it. We definitely want to close out the game here sooner than later. And as well, if our opponent doesn't have an Excalibur to answer us, we're going to try to pressure as much as we can. And I do not believe we've seen the Vanish from Sight get played yet. So it is something we are probably also still thinking about, kind of keeping in our mind. So we'll probably want to bait that out first before we try to commit too many resources here, is likely what we're going to be looking at.
The Fearless Poison Dagger into a Xander level 3 is very brave of Niobe, but I also don't believe he plays a Quicksilver Grail, so there's not much. It's either trust the process and make them have the Excalibur, or you're lucky and you get away with the Poison Dagger. To be fair, this time he did have the extra information from Leo Wang revealing his hand, but you never know what they're going to draw. So still pretty
Yep, and
brave.
we see that inner court schemer coming into play and clearing out, helping clear out one of those liminal guides. Another one of the allies we don't get to see very often in the game, which is actually kind of cool to see it popping up here. Which inner court schemer is something we actually got back in AMB. Wasn't really used because we saw a lot of Tristan's focus more on the level 3, but it does allow us to turn that 1-3 into a 3-3 by simply removing a prep counter. And as we've kind of seen with this deck has a very good job being able to create more and more prep. So being able to kind of utilize that prep generation in a lot of different ways is a really fun way that this deck is taking this approach to playing Tristan.
Yeah, I'm very happy that we get to see a different flavor of Tristan, a more the level 2 focus with Emergent Dagger really gives it a new perspective because usually we don't see allies in Tristan, so we don't get to see all of these assassin focused allies shine. Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we're passing over to tier at the end of turn. Creative Shock, like we talked about earlier, probably getting more of those Luxom cards down, trying to dig a little bit further into the deck to be able to kind of
Yep.
get us to those Lightweaver's assaults to kind of try to close out this game. As well as the Lightweaver assaults become very, very important in this matchup, not only to try to end the game, but also get these allies off the board. Because if we leave these allies too far on board, normally with Xander, we don't have many ways to try to answer them.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's also why I'm curious as to did Leo Wong discard the Undying Dreams because he has plans for the floating, or is it just force of habit? Because that Undying Dreams could make the liminal guide a 3/5, which could start clearing out that inner court schemer, those allies on board. Right now, he can start taking care of the windmill engineers, but because of the unyielding wraith guard, his liminal guide cannot really hit through. While with the undying dreams, it would be.
Which, that being said, we kind of know why now, because this is
Yeah,
actually probably one of
yeah.
the best hands you could possibly reveal. Having both Luxom Sight, Lightweaver's Assault, and showing
And
the
he's
Excalibur that
symbolizing.
can very likely deal with that Poison Dagger before it ever gets a turn on you. Pretty big.
Yeah, it's very big, but I think that's even more of a reason to keep the undying dreams in your hands so you can get the inner court guard, because he knew that he would take care of the unyielding wraith guard regardless. So he could have started preventing 3 damage, but it's also floating memory is never bad thing to have. You always want to have it in your pocket for whenever you need it. So, don't it's not a bad play from Leo Wong. We also don't know what his plans are for the future. Passing turn as well with all cards in hand. I believe his influence is like 6, 7 now because he did play. Oh no, his influence is massive. Like should be around 8-ish cards. Quite intimidating if you're an IOE.
Oh, for sure. For sure. This is where
Oh.
this is where the Luxom kind of, when they start coming into elements. Once they start passing that 8-9 card influence, this is when their game plan really starts coming together, and it kind of that goal line for you as the allies player, the aggro player starts getting farther and farther away. You want to make sure that their influence is as low as possible and try to do as much damage as possible before they can kind of reach this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a bit tough for an IOB only having 6 damage counters on Leo Wong now. You saw there for a second that Leo Wong was considering lineage releasing their spirit. That was because they wanted to prevent the draw off of fire resonance bubble, but unfortunately they missed the timing on it because you need to you need to lineage release before the fire bubble resolves, otherwise they can just banish it in response to you lineage releasing your champion, your spirit.
Yeah, and I think for Leo Wong here, I don't think Leo Wong feels any danger by getting that extra 6 life at this point. So letting your opponent kind of just get that card and say, I would much rather use my fire cards to be able to dig the deck and get to this Lightweaver ending. It also is not an uncommon line of thought here
Oh yeah,
for the deck.
absolutely. Absolutely not. Now we playing a scout the land here. That means he cannot draw any more cards this turn. However, Now, if Naomi has a Fairy Whispers, because that card doesn't explicitly say draw. They don't play Fairy Whispers, but they do play Fairy Whispers. I just missaw it. If they have it Fairy Whispers, they can play it because it says put into your hands, not draw. So it does go around Tithe Proclamation.
Yep, unless that card says draw on it, it does not count. Which is a nice, fun way to play around Tithe Proclamation.
Yeah, it's been a lot more comfortable to play Tithe Proclamation in wind than in like fire or other elements. Now we're going attacking with all the allies, hitting Neo Wong to 7 damage because
We
they
saw
had to clear the liminal guide.
And we did see the clear on the board, so we did see the liminal get removed. So at this point now, it's just going to be going to face and pressure as much as we can.
Yep. Holy moly. Is that a gleaming cut? Oh, no, that's an incapacitate. Luxom side, Excalibur. Lightweaver's Assault, like we've seen that before, I believe.
Oh, double
Oh, no,
Luxom sight this time. Ooh. What was worse than your opponent healing 3? Your opponent healing 6.
Yeah, but it's like a lineage release every single turn. Except they get to play fire cards still, so it is not a fun thing to stare down if you're Niobe here, especially considering you're an allies player mostly. Like, you do have the slice and dice combo, and it is quite a bit of damage, but I don't think there's much here that can deal 25 damage at once, especially if the allies are going to continue to be removed with the Lightweaver's Assault here.
Yeah, we're likely going to see, because most likely what we're going to set up we're going to be looking for is we're going to go with that slice and dice for sure, because that is going to be our biggest impact of damage, pairing that with one of our things like Emergent Dagger or Mercenary's Blade is going to be kind of our go-to in that situation, or in this case having both out. But we're also going to need to get into massive allies, which having to race against the Lightweaver's Assault is going to be pretty tough, but don't count it out yet, because we're still in a point where Leo Wong needs to find that second Lightweavers to kind of help close out this game.
Yeah, so nothing is lost. Mayowi can very well start building up the board here, especially if he has multiple sharpened blades here, because a sharpened blade gives +2 to a dagger. So each sharpened blade would give +2 attack or +2 power to the weapon here. So if he has an emergent dagger, he is level 2 now. So that would be 3 damage on its own, +2 per sharpened blade. And then with the poison dagger and slice and dice, that can be quite a bit of damage. I'm interested in if he does get to, like, okay, so let's see. He with right now he does have the poison dagger still on board. I believe the very bright white card that's next to the champion is the poison dagger. So that's 1 damage. That'll be 1. Emergent dagger is 3 on its own. So it would be 4 with poison dagger. If he has 1 sharpened blade, that is another 2. So we're at 7 damage. Yeah, 7 damage. And then slice and dice for another. Math is hard. Math is very hard. So 6 from emergent, and plus sharpened blade plus poison dagger. So 9, 12, 18, 19 damage with 1 sharpened blade, emergent dagger, poison dagger, and the slice and dice.
I believe so. I think we're both in the same boat of having to do the math here. Might be a little bit harder at this point.
I started writing it out. So, but if he has another sharpened, so each with a slice and dice, each sharpened blade is an additional 4 damage. That's why it's insanely good. Obviously, you need to get your slice and dice, and you need to get it to resolve and have the prep counters for it. But the base assumption is that with this much damage, you really, like, this many cards and playing an assassin, you should have it. And the only issue with sharpened blade is that it is slow, so you cannot have any pre-recollection shenanigans with it. It's gonna be very hard to.
On top of
You have to have the influence in
o-
ready.
on top of your opponent's already shown you the Excalibur too, which is makes that a little
Yeah,
bit harder.
yeah, you know they have it, and I don't believe Niobe has. Well, you need to have. That's why you have the incapacitate to just protect yourself. The question is, does he play incap? Because I don't think I can see it in Niobe's deck. He's
Looking
just
through, I do not believe so.
sending it. You know what? Make them
Do
have
not
it.
believe.
I can respect that. Um. So it seems that everything was resolved. The Lightweaver's assault took out the the 2/2 stealth. Gale Whisper Rogue. See, it's gonna take a bit for me to remember. I know I love the art. She's very cute, but she's a up and coming new rogue. Okay, she's a new card coming in here. Hopefully, maybe going to take the meta away.
Looks like we're seeing a black market broker hit the board with that new art from DTR.
The Safeguard Amiot also coming out from Niobe, preparing for the Lightweaver's assault turn. So Leo Wong has to decide whether he wants to use the Excalibur offensively and take care of the Safeguard Amulet so he can deal damage through it on the Lightweaver's assault turn, or protect himself. I think it's just going to come down to who has their combo first. Obviously, Leo Wong's combo is a lot more straightforward, and Niobe does need a no. See, I've been saying Niobe, but it's no why. It's my tiredness creeping through here. No why.
Listen, I get it.
Yeah, no one needs a few more cards. For their combo here.
Yeah, and
Reclaim.
with Excalibur being a fast speed, this is definitely where Leo Wong definitely has kind of the game. Essentially, if we're gonna put this into analogy of driving a car, Leo Wong's in full control. He's in the driver's seat this game, where being able to hold that, showing your opponent both you have the incap and the Excalibur means not only are you able to answer things, but you've kind of played the mental game into your opponent now, where now they have to always remember that you have those, they have to play around them, and sometimes that can be the better advantage of just scaring your opponent into not playing cards.
Yeah, it's very scary to be on the on, like, the other side of a a deck like this when you know they have the answers and you know that you don't have the incapacitates. Now the question is, because usually when you're playing up against an assassin, they are playing incapacitate. Does Leo Wong prepare, like, he does have the incapacitate in hand as well, but is he going to keep it and like protect his own Excalibur, or will he use it on like the sharpened blade if he sees it? Because that is also a mental game. Just playing an assassin deck, people assume you have the incapacitate. So even though Noe doesn't have it, it
It
could
could.
very well be uh that Leo Wong does think it and he psychs himself out and messes up, assuming that it doesn't force Noai to have the incapacitate.
Yeah, 100%. I do believe that being able to just be the assassin, playing that mental game is Leo Wong is going to respect it. You don't really know your opponent's deck list. You see Tristan, you've seen all the other assassin cards. There's no reason not to believe that he wouldn't have it. So very likely seeing that play around it and very likely holding the in cap for the end cap in this
Yeah.
scenario.
The mind games are going insane here. No, by playing a Unbreaking Mustang the moment the insignia of the Korhazi comes out here. And pushing damage just to force Leo Wong to keep on putting those Luxom sights down. Because as long as you have there's the Excalibur coming out. I wonder if it's going for the Safeguard Amulet or the Poison Dagger here.
I could very likely seeing this going for the amulet now that your opponent has put down pretty much every card in their hand. I think they're now sitting, and Noe's only sitting at what one influence now, or one card in hand. So at this point, this kind of gives you his Luxom to kind of go all in if you have enough cards to end the game here, which only having to go through a 22 health is already 4 away from it. Only have to do 18. Very realistic for the setup.
Yeah. I think we're going to see in a second here if Leo Wong is going for the kill here. Oh, now this doesn't say much because I think if he had the double life weavers already, he wouldn't care too much about recovering and would just send it. Considering Niobe is hands down right now, no cards in hand, he can just Leo Wong is free to just send it. Or wait, no, yeah, he is free to just send it. There's nothing Niobe could do here.
It looks like we just saw a draw past here, though, too, as well.
Yeah. Very scary. Very interesting. I wonder what's going through Leo Wong's mind because the Luxeros map is there, so I presume that will come into look for the second life weavers assault.
Yeah, and with this list, Leo Wong is on the Striking Luminance list, so there is a chance that he already has the Striking Luminance ready in hand as well. So with this, maybe just saying, "Hey, I'm gonna grab the Light Weavers, so I'm gonna get an extra 4 damage when I reveal both off the Luminance and the Light Weavers."
Could very well be, though his influence I believe is high enough to just play double light weavers as well.
And here we're seeing the dagger get popped, going for extra damage. So I think Noe sees kind of the writing on the wall here, knows that if you destroy my amulet, there's a chance you have what all you need to end the game. So I need to try to pressure you to
Oh,
play as much as possible.
yeah.
Y-
Very unfortunate there, the Resolute thing coming out for Leo Wong. No, not too much no we can do here because even with the perfect hand now, they cannot deal enough damage through the Resolute stand to take care of Leo Wong, considering he does also still have his Spirit of Fire, like his Serene Spirit. So he can recover 6 whenever he wants to.
And we see
And
Terrafring coming out. Actually, very, very smart move from Noe here to actually play the Unrunning Wrathguard here. Knowing that my opponent's win con might be the Striking Illuminance, being able to put the Taunter in the way is a great way to say, "Hey, I'm going to take another turn."
yeah, I it's a lot of recovery, a lot of damage. Let's see how it's going to go. The Wraith Guard is a very heads up play from Noah here. I wonder if now that Leong will just banish Luxero's map and search up the second Light Hero's Assault and then just go for game next turn because not much Noah can do. And Leo Wong can very comfortably play another Resolute stand. Considering how high their influence is right now, they are very likely to have the second one in there.
I would not be shocked. And we saw it go for face. So, and we are just passing the turn, so we'll probably see the pop of the Terrafring here, and during recollection, maybe. Hmm. Looks like we're still thinking of materialization.
Yeah, it's very tough. Do you think that the very bright card we can barely see on Noah's end is an Emergent Dagger? Because a Terrafring comes out here.
For me, I am not sure. We may have to. We will just call it the mystery card for now.
It'll be a surprise tool that'll come very handy here.
Little do you know, it's a Geldis.
It is the best card in a game of Grand Archive. Oh, Naomi chipping. No, why? Chipping in here for a lot of damage. Putting 5 damage on Xander. Still not more than Xander can recover in a turn, so I'm not sure if it is going to be super impactful, unfortunately. But it's always good to, push damage and force your opponent to have to put down the cards. Ugh, there's the Resolute stand in response to the Slice and Dice coming out. Very tough for Noah here. combo was basically negated. He did not prepare the card as he played it, but his champion is also not rested, so he might have declared the cost verbally, just not the action. And that is an emergent dagger.
So
Our
that
mystery card.
that could add the one, still allowing you to get the first hit. Unfortunately, you are going to lose, even with the prep, you are going to lose 6 damage to the Resolute, but you do get some of it in.
Yeah, so you're now Nova is attacking for 6 total, -3 from the result stand for 3 damage going through here. If Leo 1 doesn't have a second resolute stand or a way to prevent damage here.
Yeah, to your point, the prep counters are still on Tristan, so there is a very, very good chance that we did this with no prep.
I saw him lift the prep counters, then unlift the prep counters, and then lift them again, and I'm unsure if probably he was thinking on whether he should pay it or not. It seems that he ended up not paying the preparation counters here. So Leo Wong being like, okay, I prevent 3 damage, but Nova saying I'm Tristan level 2. Well, okay, so going through the preparation counters were removed, so it was paid for our
Okay,
viewers
so we just
at
did a little
home. It is
shortcut on it.
yeah, it's an additional cost to declaring or to playing prepared cards, so you do have to remove the prep counters before you play the card. But this is a friendly event, and we all make mistakes. We all forgot. Probably he for sure declared verbally that he is going to prepare slice and dice. You just cannot hear it. So on our end, it's a bit confusing. Not seeing the preparation counters get removed. There is a second light reverse coming from Leo Wong, revealing both of them, dealing 4 damage now every time he reveals, or probably just taking the game home by playing Life Reverse Assault, and dealing 16 damage to Niobe, which on 12 damage counters is quite a bit. It's on 12 damage counters and 22 life, that is enough to
Yeah,
end
and we're
the
going the
game.
double Lightweavers, being able to show minimum 16 at this point, do minimum 16 damage by showing 8 and 8.
Beautiful.
This is one of those plays in Grand Archive that when I see the one Lightweaver get played, I'm just like, just show me the second one.
Exactly. It's something that you expect at this point. Like, if you see one, you know that the second one's coming. If someone's playing it, unless they don't have the influence for it, and then it might just be removal, because you can also split up the damage of Light Weaver's Assault between multiple allies.
Yep, and we saw the Veiling try to come in last ditch effort to be able to stop that damage, but unfortunately still had the end cap in hand. So Leo Wong playing a very patient game, not losing his cool, being able to just kind of grind out those allies, take them down, keep that defense up, and as well being able to get the double resolute on the turns that mattered. Very impactful for this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Now, let's look at the sideboards real quick while these players are sideboarding. I think let's talk about Luxom first, because it's going to be very straightforward, I feel like.
Oh, 100%. We know that Art of War is definitely going in for that Grail here. The Grail doesn't really do much in this matchup. You're not really worried too much about losing it. Maybe you're worried about the Mustang, but in this matchup, I think Art of War is going to be a little more impactful, being able to bring that out early, be able to slow down those allies from hitting you turn after turn is likely going to be something we see. And very likely, we're going to probably see the reduced Ash maybe come in just in case they're worried about something like the sensor. Is a strong possibility. But outside of that, I think that's going to be majority of what Luxom is looking at, and maybe the Crystalline Destiny to stop the. Now your opponent does have the dagger plus the plus the slice and dice, so maybe thinking that'll be a little more impactful. But those would be my primary thoughts. What we'd bring in this matchup
Might be. I feel like reduced to ash could also be good, because it's just 2 more Excaliburs that you can find, and they are, due to them being fire element, you can play them early game, so you don't have to wait for level 3 to remove those poison daggers.
And
Um,
being able to being able to respect the poison dagger early is a very, very safe call.
yeah, yeah. So I definitely agree with you here on most of that. I just think the reduced to ash might just come out as well. Let's look at Novi's sideboard now that they're back at the table as well. It's looking a lot more rough, I think.
Yeah, for sure. We could definitely see maybe because your opponent isn't really playing that many allies, we could probably see the Tempest downfalls come out in favor of more of like maybe more Mustangs, just put more bodies on the board, or again maybe more scout the lands and favorable winds and Zephyrs just to be able to cycle cards a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think the Swerving Spring is 100% going to come in because it just says negate target life reverse assault reveal because it prevents the next 2 damage that would be dealt to target unit, so any unit, and you get a prep counter off of it as well. So it is made for this matchup, and I feel like it's more so made for this matchup than a Fractals matchup nowadays.
Yeah, for the rest part, I think the idea for Nomi here is going to be knowing that if you the longer you take in this matchup, the more time you give Leo Wong to kind of stabilize and gain a board state back, it's going to be a lot harder to win. So we might see a little bit more of an aggressive strategy coming out here from Noe, just to be able to kind of let's close out this game as quickly as we can.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be more aggro now that Noah knows that. All right, you need to be aggressive and fast in this matchup. And if the more aggressive and fast they are, the more likely they are to bring this game to game 3 and be able to take the round home.
Looks
But
like we
that's
saw 3 cards tucked and then draw for the turn. So
yeah, it was a very. I think that's a very solid Grimps, right? It's on in the middle of you get to keep and you get the cards you need, but you also get to gamble a bit and find those cards that you need as well. But being able to keep half of your hand and know for a fact that at least you can play some things and be able to be able to progress your game plan and not just gambling on the next day's cards of your deck is very good.
I always get a little scared when my opponent only pitches 1 or 2 cards when they do their Serene because it makes me go, "What did you draw? How good is that hand?" If they keep all 6, then I'm terrified.
Yeah, it's always going to be over very quickly. Speaking of glimpsing, it looked like Niobe 100% gambled their Fairy Whispers, glimpsed all 3 to the bottom, revealing an unbroken Mustang, unfortunately, so not getting that extra card into their hand. In their previous turn, they also had went Fairy Whispers into a Windmill Engineer, so keeping their influence consistent. Now, unfortunately, the gamble did not pay off. Ooh, I did not manage to catch what that was, but I believe it is a black market broker, considering it's 4 cost and he got a prep counter.
Only thing I think it could be. That I think it's only 4 cost with a prep counter generation, so very likely. Oh, yep, I see it peeking through now.
And there it is coming out. There's Leo Wong, ooh, with a Rile the Abyss into a liminal guide. This is going to be a crazy level up on Leo Wong's side here, being able to level up. Ooh, it is going to get Incapacitate. I wonder what the other card was. Because Incapacitate is really, really good.
Normally in normal decks, I'd be like, there's not many things that could be, but for something like Luxom, it could be any of your Luxom
Oh,
cards
true,
at this
because
point.
it is odd because Incapacitate is an assassin action as well, so he can just bring it back. The moment he hits level 2, Incapacitate can just come back to Leo Wang's hand. So you're right, it can be any card that he kept, because it doesn't matter as long as he discards an assassin reaction or a floating memory.
Yeah, I think the only cards you don't really want to pitch down is Luxom because you might be a little bit worried about Thurible hitting play. But outside of that, yeah, dude, you got pretty free reign in this deck. Be able to pitch pretty much anything.
I completely forgot about Thornbull as well. Damn. It's a better backup charger in many wind decks because you're usually not going to use that power cell for anything. It's a fracturized target for your opponent, so they just get the free floating memory off of it easily. So
Or at the end of the day, you now have a third to fourth backup charger if you really want to.
yeah, true. Backup charger is the non divine relic GCR.
And we're seeing that liminal guide just clear out the windmill engineer, kind of take away some of that reclaim ability that we have here. And we are going straight to one off Tristan, banishing, looks like it was a Veiling Breeze.
Fortunate that Noai did not have the reclaim here either for the windmill engineer, so they just had to take the beating and say goodbye to their windmill engineer for that. Basically, is the zero cost liminal guide.
Looks like we are seeing a. I believe that is our Gale Whisper Rogue coming into play. Yep, I can see the stealth on it.
It is. She's back. Her with her hat, about to take out everyone here.
And I will say, a lot of other matchups, these stealth units would be incredibly terrifying. But unfortunately, in this one, when you have a Luxom deck that can just start shooting them from a distance and not really worrying about stealth, not as threatening as you would normally think.
Yeah, it's. Well, they're a bit less worried about all these stealth allies you put out because they cannot deal with your allies anyways. They're just going to recover back any damage you deal. So it's not super duper scary here. And because it is a 2/2, it is very susceptible to a free Life Reverse Assault removal just by revealing that card from the memory on level 3 here. Leo while getting back the Incapacitate here on level 2 while also discarding an Excalibur for the Creative Shock earlier.
Very likely something that Leo, or at this point, Noe probably didn't get the dagger early enough at this point. So now Leo Wong feels a little bit safer to say, I don't really need the Excalibur right now, or already has more than one.
Yeah, and the Mercenaries break coming out on after the Zephyr on the black market broker here.
And it looks like we are set up to go for the Slice and Dice.
Sharpened Blade into the Slice and Dice coming out. This is what we were talking about earlier. The Mercenaries Blade came out, I believe, naturally because there is still 3 preparation counters on Tristan. Now 4. Oh, is that an... I wish I could see the card.
I am
But I
assuming
believe that is a Slice and Dice.
I would be shocked if it's not a Slice and Dice.
Me too. I just wish that they rested their champion if they're attacking, because you're not going to go through the motions of rest, wake up, rest, but you do need to rest your champion if you attack. And if like Slice and Dice were to get negated here, okay, this sort of it is prepared. It is a Slice and Dice. The preparation counter is removed in order this time to signify that it has been prepared. Results then coming in. Still no why is still going to hit through for 3 on the first one, 6 on the second one here. So 20 damage counters on Zender right now. Forgetting to rest the champion happens. We are here to live and learn. This is a casual, like, locals level event. That's why we're not too strict about it, but it is important to remember because if you forget to rest your champion, you could forget that you've already attacked this turn and just be like, oh, I still have an attack card in my hand. Let's go again. That's why you don't want the confusion to happen there. Leo Wong has a Luxom side. Life Heroes Assault and Incapacitate in the memory after a Ryle the Abyss here. Nothing being discarded for Ryle's discard ability.
I will say, if you're Liam Wong here, you are still a little scared sitting at this life total because at this point, even with that 25 health, you are in kind of a rough spot, already using your Resolute to stay alive, and your opponent only really needing one or two good swings to kind of wrap up this game.
Yeah. Oh, like the Leo Wong's telling that Noah to pause for a second before they start. Resolve the Tithe Proclamation? Or did they already draw off of it? Things are happening so fast here. Both of these players knowing that they are close to the end of time. There's only 10 minutes left on the clock in regulation for them. Alright, so Leon doing nothing, letting the Type Proclamation resolve and just letting No White continue with their turn. This is a lot more comfortable for No White than it was last game, having already done so much damage to Leo Wong.
Which
Putting them
very,
up to
very, very good play here, playing out the second black market broker. Because at this point now, with the one Lightweavers, it's only going to be able to most likely with the liminal clear out one of those allies. So this way you can essentially keep that pressure going.
Yeah, black market brokers are going to stay for a bit. I'll see if you know he might be Leo might even play a striking Luminous to take one of them out though, because he gets the extra reveal off of it. Gets to guaranteed reserve cards into memory, so it might be it. There's the Gleaming Cut coming out, so that is going to be 3 cards drawn this turn for Leo Wong. And as you predicted, one of the black market brokers will die here. It's scary. Leo Wong's influence is, even with the Type Proclamation out and not having had too many turns on level 3 Zender, their influence is quite high.
I mean, they haven't really had to play too many cards, which is which is pretty nice here. I think we've only essentially done reveals since going level 3, so. And I
True.
think just Riles and going neutral.
Yeah, that is also very, very true. Being
Seeing the safety amulet hit the play.
Secret Amulet prolonging the game a tiny bit because we haven't seen the another Excalibur from Leo Wong, just the one that was discarded earlier in the game.
And we are seeing a pass.
So the back market broker attacking for 2. I believe Naomi just passed after that, saying that everything is woken up, so we should be in materialization of Leo Wong. Yeah, he is thinking about what to get for 0 cost, and then before Zender's trigger results, he will still have the opportunity to play cards. Obviously, Novi will have the opportunity to respond as well. Well, let's see. Ooh, Chalice of Blood being exactly on 20 damage counters. Chalice of Blood is really, really nice for Leo Wong here because now he can just draw 2 cards off of it, banish Chalice of Blood, draw 2 cards, and after that, reserve 3 and the recover down to even just 14 damage. So this is very nice sequencing from Leo Wong, and we definitely haven't seen Chalice of Blood be played in Xander in quite a bit, like Luxom Xander in quite a bit. So it is always nice to see people sequencing their cards so nicely. And there is the Luxom side double life reverse assault being revealed for Leo Wong. The question is, will he send one life reverse assault to face and one into the back market broker, or is he just going to send it all to face?
We're seeing kind of looks like a response coming out of Noe. I think they're going straight for the Black Record Broker.
Both might be. I think, yeah, Nova is going to put cards down from their hand into their memory due to 3 Luxom cards being revealed here. Going down to 17 damage counters now. So, in response to the Life Weaver's Assault triggers going on the stack, why I believe is considering banishing the Safeguard Amulet here.
It does. I believe so. I believe that is correct. Yep, because we see the 2 get taken off. Yep, it looks like we are doing it in response, and it looks like there was a question on it, but
Seems that no, and what instead it just went into the Black Market Broker because Life Weaver's Assault does say choose and not target, so it you decide what you want to deal the damage to as the card resolves or as the effect of the as the reveal effect resolves. No, I might not have known that, which is a bit unfortunate, but at least there is no more damage on them. So they can start dealing damage here. Getting 1 damage in from the Liminal guy just starting to punch face. Bring out the Tariff Ring. In response to the Tariff Ring, Leo might have an answer here.
I think we're
Yep.
just going for it.
Life
I think
Weaver's Assault,
we
yeah.
have the 8, so why not? Yep.
Might as well send it. That is 16 damage coming in from the 2 Life Weaver's Assaults. I believe that Naomi is only Tristan level 1, so that is exact lethal coming through. No cards in hand, no incapacitates. Very, very unfortunate turn of events for Noah here, but at least we've got to see the power of incapacitate, you know?
Yeah,
Because
and we
if we had the end caps, that wouldn't have happened. Both of those games would have been saved if Noah
that's one
had the
thing.
incapacitated.
Incap is one very, very good card, and as assassin, playing even at least a 2 of is something that I would consider. We've even seen Lorraine running a 2 of because we just see the power of that card. Having a universal counter in action is incredibly powerful, and we
Oh
saw it
yeah.
also in game 1.
Yeah, just being able to negate anything any action is really good, and so good that, like you said, we have seen non-assassins play the card because paying 4 to negate any action, is really, really good. I think in any game, but especially in Grand Archive because there aren't many unconditional negates here, so any unconditional negate will be fantastic.
Especially right
Unfortunate,
now
though.
where
Yeah.
water is very hard to play. Unfortunately, water is kind of one of those things we're not seeing a lot of, and people would rather stick on fire. So if you have the influence, why not run the incaps as well? So why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah, absolutely. Other than Spellword Scepter, and Soul might just play, Incapacitate as well. Though they do need a lot of influence for Ensoul itself, though. That might
uh,
not be the deck that needs it most, or that can utilize it the most.
listen, I've seen them. I've seen them hold a 12 card hand into me, and I'm like, yeah, cool, I guess. They're like, I hate to think does a warrior deck have incap when they're playing a 6 cost card, but it's something I have to think about from time to time because I know they
Something.
can. That's
It's just incap your incap with a million influence. It just happens. You just have to accept that 12 influence, 12 is an influence number that can come up. But that's a very long and grindy game. My throat
oh
is,
for
we were talking about earlier, my throat's a bit sore, so I think we should take a little hydration break here, NEETfull.
Oh, I'm 100%. This is my second back to back, so I am ready to step away for for a little bit. So we'll go and throw it up to a break real quick, and then we'll be right back going into round 3. See you all here in a bit.
everybody, and
Yo.
welcome back to round three of today's Yeti online locals. I'm back here with Herman. How you doing, Herman?
All Canadians, sort
Oh,
of.
Canadians! I'm Canadian. Trust.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm
It's
Canadian.
it's where the heart is, and it's where you're living right now, right?
Well, I wish I'm not. I'm unfortunately living in the U.S., but my heart is in Canada. So, like,
That's like
my
me.
only deck says I'm Canadian, man. That's what
Okay,
that
okay,
matters.
okay. That's like me driving down to Michigan for regionals this weekend and being like, I'm American for 2 days.
I'm American for 30 weeks a year.
Whoa, we love America, don't we?
I
That's it.
love America.
Well, we are casting Yeti, which is based in America. We've got North Americans all around. I'm calling for the Canadian representation, though. Hope you guys all do well. I don't know which one of you guys are in here today. I hope all of you do well, or else what? I don't know, but I'll figure it out when Niagara comes around.
I think Amphi's playing today. He's on Diana level 2 water Diana, which is interesting and very new from him.
Yeah, yeah. I've never seen him play Diana ever again before, so I'm
No, but it's a
really
level
excited to hear.
2, but yeah, okay.
Whoa, whoa, level
I guess
two
the
Diana.
whole deck.
Yeah, that's like level two just to use the Aether Charge load two, cycle two cards. Unheard of. That's crazy. Imagine
Never
playing a
never
deck
heard.
that goes to level two just for the on enter effect, and then you never look at it ever again.
Hey, you can also get extra life, okay? So it's very
That is fair.
valuable.
We
And
did
+1
see.
ranged.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Level two Diana confirmed better than level two Tristan to just draw an additional card. Or actually, wait, I can't say better than level two Xander. I do use level two Xander just to get two prep and then say slice and dice for game. It is one of my favorite lines.
Wow, you're a reliable man. Is that what you're planning on playing in Michigan when you're driving down?
I plan on playing so many things. I don't know if you could tell, but I play everything, and it's really hard to choose what to play. Um, I struggle to also keep my decks normal because I want to add so many weird cards into everything, and I realize that's probably not the way to go if you want to win the game.
No, it's honestly valid because I there's a lot of cards that I like read and like this is really good, and I'm just like, all right, let's put it in the deck, and then I just forget that it exists. Like when I at one point played 4 Mortal Ambitions.
I mean, I know
It
someone
was
who's
good.
playing four Mortal Ambitions right now. He has two main, two side, but yay, four Mortal Ambitions,
I I
pretty good cards.
I I played 4 mainboard, and it won me some games against Razor Galvanitas, so I was very proud of myself. It won
I
me games, so it's worth it.
All I do is I hear in locals and at regionals last week people are asking, what happens if we tie this game and there's still time on the round? I'm like, oh, it's a Mortal Ambition game. It's always a Mortal
Yep.
Ambition game. But like we went out, you just go to the next one, and they're like, yeah, but who goes first? And then the worst question was, so this was game two. We drew game one to Mortal Ambition. What do we do for game three? Because they drew game two to Mortal Ambition as well. I'm like, man, I don't know, man.
Mortal Ambition.
Stop doing this.
Just don't play Mortal Ambition. Is that what you're saying?
It's good. Hey, but we're not going to see any Mortal Ambition this round, thankfully. We're going to see exactly who we were calling out earlier. Let's
Our
go.
man, the
Yes.
Canadian neutral end, aka Amphi, on the level 2 Water Diana versus Fire Fragmented Looking Glass Merlin, which is boring. Fire
No, no,
Merlin?
I love
What's
Fire Merlin.
new?
I love watching Fire Merlin. I don't like playing against Fire Merlin. I'm going to be real here. Uh, when I'm playing against Fire Merlin, they always have like two or three Pendragons. I'm like, okay, I guess the game's over.
So
When
I'm
I get to
saying.
when I watch Fire Merlin, they always brick, and it's more exciting because they're like, how do you navigate through all of this when you have no Ghost of Pendragon?
Yeah. So it's fun if they don't have the Ghost of Pendragon because then you get to play Grand Archive. If they have the Ghost of Pendragon, you're just like, what am I gonna do? It's like 3 damage, and they draw through plus anything +1 off of it. So it's like you sit there and stare at them, and be like, thanks. That's what I'm saying. It's like cool deck, but same old, same old. Nothing changes as long as Pendragon exists.
Yeah, but at least we got a break from Merlin for a little bit when we had Water Range Supreme for a while. Merlin coming back
Yeah.
because the Looking Glass really helps, because the Rile the Abyss really helps. Just drop a million float and just say level up, don't lose any cards.
Yeah.
Very
When
excited.
you're in a level 1 meta, Merlin is alright. In the level 3 meta, Merlin is still busted. Who would have thought that a Crux dual class champions could be strong?
Apparently not the playtesters, because they said she was too weak and then gave her additional effects. And
Thank you,
then we got her.
Poro. Thanks, Poro.
Hey, we're not calling you. I like it. I think it's cool. I
Okay,
used to
but
use Merlin 3 in my Erupting Rhapsody decks, so I love it. Can't
ugh,
wait to see level
Canadians,
3
man.
Merlin used properly.
You mean properly? Everyone uses it properly. Just
I mean, I
play
was
it
using
and
it
be
in a level 1
broken,
deck.
yeah?
I was using it as a level 1 deck just so I could bring out one card, like just bring out Erendite. But no cheese here. This is the classic. The Looking Glass comes out so that you have a Pendragon target when you get to level 3. You can't interact with it. I don't think there's any distortion, so we're playing a very standard Merlin list as well. Yes, no, I don't see any other. Oh no, Inert Sword. I guess that was the other Inert and the sort of shadows. So
Yeah.
more
It's
standard
all that
ones
you
as well.
need.
Yeah.
All you need for this deck. But there is no Cheshire Cat in the deck, which is I find interesting. If they are playing Inert Sword and Sword of Shadows, not having the Cheshire Cat is
Yeah.
is a
The
big
just
loss. I feel like.
the Cheshire Cat though, like it is good with the sword, doing like 3/2, like 3 per a hit for 3 every turn with the Inert on the board. But the problem with the Cheshire in this kind of list is that you kind of completely waste its
I'm sorry. Did you
sacrifice
just
ability.
see what Neon Clax did? Bottomed
Yeah,
all
bottom
6
6.
times.
Classic.
Hmm.
I just
Hope
didn't see
they drew a
any
better
float.
hand.
Yeah, didn't see any float, didn't see anything like that. Said, hey, we'll just try draw. The big thing about these Spectre decks right now, Spectre Engine decks, is that it's very possible. Oh, that's really funny. That's really nice to play. It's really possible to get hands where you just actually can't. Okay, where you only
They
get your
just
setup,
they
where you only get your
gambled
setup
and it
cards, but
paid
that's pretty
off.
good.
All right.
So
So anyways,
that's
that's a crazy Ryle into double liminal guide. That means they get to have 2 allies on board next turn when they level up and draw 2 cards. So they'll
yeah.
be +2 after 1 Ryle the Abyss.
So
It's
an
a
important play.
balanced card.
Yeah, important play that Neoniclax just did was specifically to do this Rile the Abyss before neutral land gets to draw any cards, or like it's in response to the spirits on enter. So before, especially when your opponent shows you a Spirit of Water, you know that they likely have negates of some sort, and you're already playing first. You're playing as a and you're playing with a fragmented spirit here. So you're down. You have 6 cards. If you play Rile the Abyss, it puts you down to 2 cards left in hand that you want to discard for sure. Like those are your 2 liminal guys that you're trying to discard. So you need to play these before. Like this is one of those times where a neutral end could have played like a Frostbind, made him put 2 cards down. And even though it's not negating the Rile the Abyss, you practically negated it because you couldn't put away those liminal guys. So we had to do it ASAP. Very heads up play.
Yeah, yeah, it's exactly what you want to do, and you're absolutely right about that. But this gave neutral end the go ahead to just play that lane with Toad Troll and guarantee that those liminal guides will not be dealing too much damage coming next turn. Oh my god, another liminal, another Rile the Abyss before Recollection, discarding an Evergreen
Okay.
Raider. So he is set up for level 2. He, unless he can find another 2 floating memory in during this turn, he will most likely just keep that up to banish for himself, unless he sees neutral and put some floating memory into a graveyard. Though I doubt that he will be going out and feeding Merlin now that he did see the neutral and did see the Incarnate Majesty getting banished for the Lorraine level 1 as well. Also,
Well,
Inert Sword being
yeah.
materialized for the Unenter.
Well, the big thing about this though is that Neutral End is very well known to be a Water Diana player, and a big part about Water Diana is getting value from the graveyard, which is why you can see that it also does not play a Sensor of Restful Peace to shut off any of this floating. Both players are going to have full access to the graveyards this game. You are right that you don't want to feed the Merlin, but sometimes just holding back, especially for a deck like this, like the Water Diana is on a very strict timer, especially against these level 3 decks. You have to output as much damage as you can in a very short window, or else you kind of lose all your gas, right? Once you've sent all your Aether charges in, you're kind of cooked if it didn't kill. So there is a possibility that he feeds the Merlin anyway, but how I usually approach it when I do kind of these matchups is I just overfeed it. I'm like, your Merlin can only remove one body at most, or one floating at most. So I'm just gonna shove as much as I can through.
Yeah, and
But
then
interesting.
for neutral end, it is very, very beneficial as well with the Crystalline Archers and Frostborn Paladins. Like, he doesn't, even if it doesn't get eaten in the end, he does get to have a lot of value off of it the moment he finds that first Crystalline Archer. Every turn, just eat a float, hit for a lot of damage.
Well, this is actually really big open for neutral end right now because he's pretty much guaranteed that he's not going to take damage for quite a while. He has a pretty strong defensive opening. Fluffy Shopkeep in this instance actually is not for defense, but for the fact that you can pretty much put an ally out, so do 1 damage, that'll slowly add up. But he can do it effectively for free because your opponents cannot, what do you got? Will not hit it. You can't hit it. There's a 0/6 taunt frog that is waking up and it's just sitting there now.
Yeah, this was why this is the power of Toad Troll. There's not much that you can do once it's woken up other than send everything into it. However, that also means that Neoniclax is more likely to be on Merlin level 2 here, I think, because they just want as many level counters as they can get. But at the same time, you also get the one guaranteed every turn if you are on Merlin level 3. So we'll see what Neoniclax goes for in the end. The Stalwart coming in, so it's going to be a bit of a taunt off for both players here. Oh,
Ooh.
never mind. Immediately gone with the Cremation Ritual, drawing drawing 2 cards, and getting a floating memory here for next turn. Probably going to wait to gobble that up with Merlin to see if neutral inputs any floating into their graveyard.
Yeah, this is very big from to just kind of secure 2 ways to get to Merlin, Merlin 3, and still guarantee that on the first instance of its recollection ability, when it will go to an even level counters and draw a card. Neutral End is just playing setup here. Looks like it looks like with this kind of defensive setup, he's going to go for a like 2, maybe 3 shots max of like a maximum combo. He can't really chip in damage here very effectively. He's at least stopped the liminals from coming in for 2 damage each turn, so he has extended his clock by, I would say, 2 or 3 additional turns. But yeah, the clock's ticking. You can see that the Merlin's going to be set up very soon. Ooh, that's a very good way to pick up more cards, get the combo ready. Is
Yeah, skip
get
the
that Shopkeep
wreckage
Buffkeep back.
coming out.
Yeah, escape the wreckage.
Draw another. You'll be able to draw an additional card because, luckily, with Fluffy Shopkeep, the obviously the drawback is you have to banish 2 um cards from your material deck, but Neutral End is playing a lot of silly cards, you could say. There's an Orb of Glitter here that I'm seeing, which is a really, really good card, but probably even better Fluffy Shopkeep fodder because you don't have to banish a main deck card. You get to guarantee that, yeah, it's the Orb of Glitter going out to draw a card off of the the Fluffy Shopkeep here. This is what I was talking about. So Neoniclax who has waited for neutral end to finish their turn. No floating memory in the graveyard, so they just ate up their own um Stalwart Shieldmate.
Floating.
And like you said, this is to get the value off of the level 3 Merlin recollection trigger immediately. Creative Shock finding a liminal guide as it always does. You know, it's Merlin players. Merlin players always have it.
I'm surprised he would do that. So a play that you guys can make for people who are watching is liminal only has to be in your bin once you finish your level up. Something you could do here so that you can have a little bit more control of your memory of when you level is you level first, you put that Merlin 3 on the stack, and then while it's on the stack, before you resolve the level up, use your creative shock, drop the liminal so that those 3 additional cards that you put down for creative shock will not be risked in your level up here, which is sometimes wrong. Like you saw an Incarnate Majesty get banished earlier, so it is possible that like if you go into this play, you're already holding like your Pendragons or something like that. You really don't want to risk it. Like you have a huge influence, sure, but you don't. Why put your game to chance at that point, right? Instead, you have. But now, yeah, it looks like it hit 3 inconsequential cards, including like an Evan Current Raider. Like, why do you care? It was a card that was meant to discard it anyway. So Merlin's sitting very pretty here.
Yeah, it's parent. Although the Evercurrent Raider is good once you hit level 3 if you are going to start looping Prismatic Edge to get the additional card draw off of it.
Yeah, but
But
you're playing against the water deck. You actually don't need. It's the least
yeah,
valuable now because your opponent should be showing you water every time in theory.
yeah, and there it is, like you said.
Mm.
The water coming out. Reduced to ash on Neonic Lax's side. Not as relevant yet, but once Amphi warns neutral and starts to find those Aether charges, then it might be relevant to take care of a potential zero cost Aether ring.
I don't think he's playing one. Is the thing that can be targeted by
Oh, they have
reduced
Spell
ash.
Shroud.
The 0 costs have spell shroud. The 1 costs that are good are 1 costs, so they can't be
Yeah,
targeted by reduced ash.
you're absolutely right about that. It is.
How did the frog get rested?
There was one. So he played yeah, the one is the most hindered. It came in last turn, and
Oh,
he
but the
already had
standing one was
another
already
one
killed.
on board. Yeah, so the one that was awake was targeted by the prismatic edges
And
reveal
then
effect
yeah,
with
and
the
then
from
Merlin
the
killed it.
fire. 3 damage dealt into it, and then was taken out by the liminal guides. Neoniclax also having his own fluffy shopkeep here. Most likely banishing at least one sword for the Incarnate Majesty later, so it can be even cheaper. Right now, I would be very cheap, but I don't exactly remember how many swords we had in banishment. At least 3, so it would be a 4 cost card right now, I believe, because
Mhm.
he's level 5 plus 3 swords in
So
banishment would
a
reduce.
a big thing to point out about those fluffy shopkeeps, it's actually more on Amphi's end. Um, it was a quick show, like if you blink and you miss a moment, but on his fluffy shopkeep, I didn't see what the second card was, but the first card he banished was, oh wait, is he dead? Oh, he's a spirit. He's a spirit level 5. This is for lethal. Yeah, never mind. Doesn't even
Fireball
matter.
coming out
For
for
6.
5 plus 1 damage here. 5 from 5 level plus 1 damage total. Making it very unfortunate for neutral. And he did not see any of those cards that he needed to start dealing damage and dealing with those allies. So
He
it's
was playing
very tough.
playing a very greedy kind of style for that game. He didn't want to level up without. It looks like he didn't have a distant maker. That was the biggest thing. When you go
I
to
believe
level
he
1, you
just
do
had
want to
a
make distant.
very unfortunate hand here.
Yeah,
Which let's look at sideboards real quick before.
sure.
So I believe both of these players are experienced on their decks, so it shouldn't take too long for us to go into game 2. Let's look at
Uh,
Amphi first.
oh, this is definitely a game where frozen dismissals have to come in. There's no way you don't play those here. You really need to slow down the what do you call it, the Merlin. You don't want them to be able to go up to level 3, have less than 7 cards in hand, and resolve a Pendragon. Because if as soon as you show a frozen dismissal, you cannot play Ghost of Pendragon without 7 or more cards in your hand anymore. And that's actually unless he gets like a crazy open like this with the double liminal guide and floating and everything, it's actually harder than you think for Merlin to get to level 3 with 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It's gonna be very tough. But it's also Merlin, and they always have it. The fireball's still tauntingly on the board for Neoniclax there, by the way. So do you think the normal Spirit of Fire will come in though? Because he knows that he's going to go second here. So does he value the additional card to guarantee those liminal guides and riles?
It's actually a what do you call a player pref in here, especially because you're playing against water. It's just how much the player themselves respects water. A big reason to use the normal spirit when you're going second is just to draw an additional card and make it yourself much harder to negate. But if you're the type of player that says, "Nah, I don't care. I would rather have the quality here. Um, I want to rile and not get negated," then you still go fragmented. Like what I mentioned in the first game, when you're going first, it mattered that he was -1 card, and that's why he had to use Rile immediately. If you're going second, you can Rile, get it negated, or like attempt it to be negated, and still have an additional card of leeway in your hand, and so you kind of don't care.
It, yeah, you're absolutely right. Definitely no heavenly guides coming in this game.
Oh no,
That's
no,
one
sure.
thing I can guarantee. But I just wanted to mention that because I think we don't see heavenly guide too often nowadays, and the viewers at home might not know that this deck is playing heavenly guides. Just unfortunately won't see the value come out this turn. The normal spirit also allows you to play liminal guide into a cremation ritual, so you don't even need a Ryle to get
Yeah,
it in
yeah.
there. So
A big reason why you try to do those plays though is if you expect that you have to go really fast against your opponent if they're not going to give you any time. But Neutral End showed a very very slow game plan. Didn't even go to level 1. Didn't put any
well,
damage
we've
out.
seen him play a base deck before, so it's not.
Mhm.
We've seen that this is not necessarily a slow
Yeah,
deck.
yeah,
He just had those toad trolls last game,
yeah.
and he didn't have many offensive cards. But this deck can be very very fast. The question is, does
Yes.
Neoniclax watch
Or
certain
has
balanced
experience into
or
water
yes?
because I've played a lot of Water Diana myself and I know it's meant to go fast. Going slow like that is not um the intent. And sometimes happens, but realistically it's like a really long combo deck. So you are hoping to see all that combo. You like, yeah, the defense doesn't hurt until it's only defense. But in this case, you see sticks with the fragmented spirit just because there's no pressure. You just want to get good quality of cards right here. Make sure that you have a way to get to level 3 safely and quickly. No need to gamble on your 8, and that is a very good way to make sure you get to your level 3 safely.
Yeah, being able to glimpse is really good. This is also a wonderful, actually, dream start for this deck of Stalwart Shieldmate into Cremation Ritual. Not quite the same as a Liminal Guide because in the end they do go card positive. They don't technically go +1, but the floating memory is an essential +1
Yo,
because they don't have
Neoniclax,
to gamble on what they're going to banish.
this guy's actually crazy though, because you do see like what do you call it? Diana is one of those very few water decks that will play negates that only cost 1. In fact, I think he just banished one, but because he put it down and didn't keep it up. Oh wait, no, you have to be level 1. I'm sorry, you do have to be level 1 to make that a 1 cost negate. Because I was like, that's really ballsy to play to tap out just to cremate
Yeah,
your
most of
guy when
so
you just get
I
it
think
negated.
this is the time to do it because
Yeah,
you do need to have most of Diana's cards are a class bonus, and most of the one cost cards, like all I think all of the one cost negates in Diana have some sort of class bonus on them, so it won't be as valuable. Obviously, Neutral End would have if he could have, he 100% would have played the cards because denying the floating memory and 2 cards off of your. Well, no, you don't deny floating memory because it is an additional cost, but denying the 2 cards drawn off of Cremation Ritual is massive, especially in a level 3 deck. Very unfortunate that he didn't have it.
so I want to touch on this because this happened last game too, where he went Ranger's boots before level 1. If you see a Diana do this in front of you, it typically means you're gonna have such a free game because the Ranger Boots comes out. A lot of people see it as just like I don't want to go to level 1 because I'm not distant. I can't find a way to make myself distant, so I'm gonna do a cycle, which is what it is for. But this is your way to become distant because you can finish leveling into level 1, have the on so that you have the class bonus. You have the on enter of the Diana level 1 on in the effect stack, and then you make yourself distance with the boots. So it's a good sequence, but the problem is it just tells your opponent, I have nothing. I have no gas. I'm gonna go. This is the slowest possible way for you to go to level 1 into level 2 and try to do damage or anything like that. So he's going to see a lot. He's like Neoniclex. Just see he's going to get a lot of space to do whatever he wants here.
Yep, and there is a sudden steal being banished for the dungeon guide level up here. Neoniclex is obviously in a rush to get to Merlin level 3 as soon as possible. Why do you think he dungeon guided now and didn't wait until he was level 2?
He either has a second dungeon guide, or it's what I just said. You know your opponent is locked. Like he went into a what do you call it, into the boots, the ranger boots, instead of going to level 1, instead of doing any sort of putting any sort of pressure on board. This Merlin just denied value out of neutral line, just sitting there. It doesn't have to do anything; it just sits there. And then you can still get your value by just hard leveling to 3. And this way you don't get it negated. This is another line as well to make sure that you don't rely on your dungeon guide to go to level 3 and get yourself negated.
That's very, very
Oh,
true.
okay, there we go.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
what
yeah.
you were talking about here earlier. Um, the cremation ritual targeting the dungeon guide, which is probably also the
Or the
other reason that it
cremation.
came out.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
that's the cremation ritual sacrificed the dungeon guide for the card draw here. So that is probably also why Neoniclax rushed and played it right now. So he can get the value off of it. But unfortunately, he did forget about chain charge. So as you said,
Ooh,
it
he had the
did
backstep.
negate it here. There is a backstep.
Well, if he had the backstep, I was surprised
It
that
might
he
have.
still went
It
for the
is
boots.
It's very possible that he did draw into it after the
That's
boots
fair.
came out
Or
because
like
he,
the
with
boots
the
drew
boots
him into it.
and yeah, the
Yeah.
boots and the draw for turn were two cards that he saw. It's also it's better to guarantee that you see that you get the distant and you get to have your Aether Wing for free.
So this is a very good reason why Merlin wants to stand here right now. Like you DG go to double 2 because this Aqua Mirage Whisper. Normally, what you do as Water Diana is now you shove a bunch of Aether charges in there. You shoot your opponent for let's say like 4 or 5 or whatever ideally. Then you glimpse X+1, and then from the top deck you discard it into your graveyard, right? So if I'm hitting you for 5, I glimpse 6. The top card almost definitely I'm going to put a float there. It's going to be so easy to find a float and put a float there. But with a Merlin in front of me, I can't do that. Oh, he's doing it again. I wanted to say this last game. I was so shocked to see that his Fluffy Shopkeep banished a Smoke Bombs. I was going to start talking about that, and then he died to a Fireball. But by
So
banishing your Smoke Bombs to your Fluffy Shopkeep, what you are saying to your opponent, especially one where you know will be playing an Incarnate Majesty at some point, if he can, is I'm going to forfeit the late game. I'm going to try to kill you as fast as I can. This is now a race.
I find it very interesting that he goes for he takes a backup charger and the smoke bombs instead of like backup charger and orb of glitter, especially if he plays orb of glitter.
Is he currently
So
playing that? I think he is. Yeah.
he has orb of glitter in his main board. He might have taken it out, but I don't see what he would have
Mirror is
substituted it
actually
for.
very good against prismatics. The nullifying mirror is for turning off the prismatic
Oh, there's
edge,
a
like
more
while you're.
Miller. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if the glitter would be my replacement here. It probably is because everything else looks good. But
But even
there is a
then,
very good reason to have a mirror.
banishing smoke bombs feels kind of crazy here.
Well, he
Um,
already did it in game 1. Right? I think it's something
True.
that he thinks that in this matchup is not necessary because it kind of is true. If the incarnate comes out, you've kind of lost already.
Very true as well. But you can still like if you're just a few damage off. I think if you're just a few
Yeah,
damage off, it's still not that bad. And you know that Neoniclax in most decks play Stalwart Shieldmates, and Stalwart Shieldmate already messes with the deck as well. Obviously, though, he does have additional ways of taking care of allies, so it's not all focused on just Diana shooting with the Aether Rings, but I think it's still not, it's still kind of a wild thing to just be like, yeah, I don't care about your stalwart shield mates. I don't care about your incarnate majesty. I'll just win fast enough. But Neoniclax is already level 3 here. It might be only one level counter, but one level counter is more than 0, especially considering that they will start accumulating them every single turn. And last game they only needed 2 to take the game home.
Yeah. So interesting enough. So we saw Neonclax stay at level. Yeah, that makes sense. So that was off of. So I just so to say that the sequence is Neonclax stayed at level 2, held the backup charger, just to try to deny neutral end a little bit longer because clearly didn't have any float or value to go to level 3. It was evidence because Creative Shock discarded a Rile the Abyss, which means that every card in that hand right now it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. But it might also just be that he didn't care at this point about the Ryo, about the 3-cost cycle. If he doesn't have
Ooh, let's go.
the cards here. Fracturize coming out.
Fracturize comes out onto the. Is that a chain charge?
Oh no,
No,
that
that's a
that
weaving mana stream.
yeah,
That's a
mana
weaving mana
stream.
stream. Makes himself distant. So then, he uses it to pay for the flash grenade, which using the weaving mana stream's effect loads it into the Aether charge. So now we're trying to get damage in. We get the Aetheric recalibration, glimpse 4. If the top card, and then reveal top card if it's an Aether charge, put into memory. So now we're trying to do the card neutral cycles, put some. Yeah, we see the Pendragons come out. The Merlin's getting a lot of cards. Now it's time to try to do some damage. We've got a Fracturized Power Soul on board. We have a Charger Soul, I believe, that was just revealed and put into memory. So that could be a third, what do you call it? A third Aether Charge that goes into the gun, and it's time to start shooting. Especially with Merlin no longer on level 2, blocking off all this float. Like as you can see, right? As soon as he's off of Merlin 2, it's like here's Weaving Mana Stream, here's my Fracturize, here's my Charger Soul. All these cards have floating memory that he was trying to hold back and hide because that Merlin 2 was like blocking him off for a while.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Is that I think your approach to this might be more unique than most people's because at the very and Neutron doesn't have the cards to capitalize off of all of that floating memory, so it's very likely that he was holding back because overfeeding Merlin is also very, very scary because you know that the more levels
Yeah,
they get, the easier it is to play their
yeah. The
incarnate majesties. Their fireballs are going to deal
yeah
more damage. So it's not something to just feed willy nilly.
the overfeeding strat only works if you're intentionally trying to keep that Merlin on level 2. Because for that Merlin to eat your floating, she can't level up. And if she's not leveling up, or she can't go to Merlin 3, she's still getting her level counters, but no level 3 means no crux cards, no additional draw every other turn. And you only overfeed Merlin when you're saying it's like it's fine, you can stay at level 2, eat my float, and I'm just gonna shoot you to death. Clearly wasn't going to happen anytime soon because Amphi only just now finally put some damage on board, or meaningful damage on board, but did set up a lot of his top deck, and there's Crystal and Archer for more damage. We've already set up a ton of float. Our next couple draws are probably going to show us more because we got the Glimpse 5 with the
Yeah.
Akramash Whisper.
There's a payoff for all the float we were talking about as well.
Crystal and Archer only have 2 health. Is this about to die to? Is this about to die to a
Creative
Creative
Shock.
Shock?
I do believe it is only a two health ally. So
If this dies, oh no, it's not going to die. That's really funny. He didn't draw into fire.
unfortunately, if that is the case, I wonder why he doesn't have more fire cards in the deck. Obviously, it doesn't. You don't want to discard a fireball, but
Oh, he
like,
did have. Oh, okay. He did have a fire, but it
okay,
was fireball. He had no choice. Okay.
unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a good rip. You do need to get rid of that Crystalline Archer. That was his way of repeatedly using up all of those floats that he's generating.
Yeah, and the Crystalline Archer is being gone is very
Is that
painful.
another one?
Yeah, it is another Crystalline Archer coming out, attacking for another 2. Now it's guaranteed because Neoniclax, I believe, only has 2 cards in hand. So there's not much he can do at this point. Starting to hit for 4 every single turn. 3 fireballs in the 3 fireballs, 3 creative shocks already in the graveyard, and a fireball. Do you
Well,
think he has other, maybe possibly other fireballs in his hand? That's why he didn't mind, or that he was a 4 damage so scary that he just went for it.
from the body language that I just saw, I don't think he has another fireball because he really struggled to want to discard that off of the creative shock. He was really considering between if he wanted to kill the Crystalline now, or if he wanted to save that fireball and just ignore it to use 4 health as a resource here. Like if I had another fireball, I 100% say I take 4 because next turn 2 fireballs is 6 damage each straight. So I was like, here's 12 damage to your face. I would gladly keep 12 here instead.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, another Ghost
Yeah.
of Pendragon coming out. Probably putting back that Tariff Ring. Yeah. The Diana will have the cards to pay for it here. Although, oh no, Amphi does have his influence is 7 going up to 8 next turn. It's not too bothered about
Yeah.
um
So
paying
another
for
thing
Tariff Ring.
that we just saw by putting back the Tariff Ring, he just told us that he's holding a sort of Spirit Blade Ascension. I'm pretty sure because most of the time that Inert Blade is the one that goes back.
You
If
want
you're
to
going to materialize, yeah, if you're going to materialize something that's not just your Looking Glass again, you usually want to keep it out.
you also want to recycle those durability counters on the inert sword. Oh, there's the fourth creative shock
One.
of the game coming out from the Onyclax.
Ooh,
Neutral
looks like
and
Amphi feels threatened,
banishing the flash
so uses the Flash
grenade.
Grenade to prevent damage.
But
Not to his
when
face.
did he banish the flash grenade? Because I thought that the creative shock was in response to the evasive maneuvers, and if he responded with the flash grenade on top of it, that means it would not prevent 3 damage because it is.
Yeah,
It
it
is
looks like the sequence
not.
was technically wrong, but all of it was going to the Crystalline Archer anyway. They were trying to do their best to kill the Crystalline Archer and not hit face. That's why you saw the 2 damage from the creative shock go to face instead.
The orb of glitter coming out. Oh
Well,
yeah, the flash grenade. So because the crystalline archer.
so what the sequence was that looks like the Pendragon was trying to kill the Crystalline Archer. Tactical Retreat comes out to attempts to end the combat phase while making Crystalline Archer distant. And then in response to that, there was a creative shock. In response to that, there was a flash grenade to attempt to keep the Crystalline Archer alive, even though it's a target, it's just not distant. And then until it's distant, it doesn't prevent any damage. But Onyclax probably just didn't know and just said, "Hey, I'll throw 2 damage to your face instead, because
But if
I quote unquote can't kill this Crystalline anyway."
I, but
Just
it
mind
was
game
the
himself.
evasive maneuvers, wasn't it? The evasive. It was
No,
the
tactical retreat.
tactical retreat that just then ended.
Yeah, but tactical retreat was
Yeah,
at the very
no,
bottom.
it was tactical retreat that saved the crystalline archer. Neoniclax just didn't draw the fire card they needed. I didn't quite catch what they
He
discarded.
drew a fire card. He discarded it, and he could have used a creative shock to kill the Crystalline, instead just put it to the face because he just assumed the Crystalline
Oh, he
wouldn't die
didn't.
anymore.
Okay, yeah. He didn't realize that flash grenade
Ooh,
needs to be
yeah.
distant. Ooh, no.
Unfortunately, though, so this was another scary. I will technically call this a misplay that Neoniclax just did, but he didn't get punished again. Is that he said resolute stand in response to an attack against a water deck that just showed you that they play cards that end combat phases.
Yeah, I think Imphy also might have forgotten that he can just do that to
So
negate resistance, or he's happy to take care of the
he's
ghost of
doing it once
Dragons
again.
here.
Well, he's doing it once again because so Spirit Blade Ascension, how it works is as cost, that inert sword has to go back to that mat deck right now. So if you as cost, because now here's another very good chance to just end the combat phase. Because if you end the combat phase here, you don't resolve the rest of Spirit Blade Ascension. That sword is he's doing it. Yeah,
That's
that
exactly
sword
what
is
he's
stuck in the
be doing.
material deck now.
Yeah, because Neoniklax needs to get the Looking Glass to materialize the inner sword again here. So if they can see Effie also explaining that to Neoniklax here real quick.
And it makes the Crystalline Archer distant. So it should be killing one of those Pendragons right now.
Well, if the
Unless it was
combat
going
phase
face.
is
I have no
ended,
idea
there
if it's
is
going face.
no damage being dealt because the
You're
combat
right. I
phase
forgot about
has
that. Yeah,
ended.
combat days has ended. Yes. But
So
we're shooting one with Awkward Mosh Whisper, I'm assuming, right now.
at the end, at least, Neoniklax is down the sword, neutral, and might not have dealt as much damage as he wanted this turn, but it was still a fruitful endeavor. Being guaranteeing that Neoniklax does have to get the Looking Glass out here if he wants the inner sword. Or this is also a very very perfect play here, getting that drawn blade, cycling a card from his memory for it because he
He's
does
already
not have
shown
any floating in the graveyard
that his
currently.
memory doesn't have like a lot of damage, or like
Yeah,
his influence didn't have a lot of damage in it. Otherwise, he would have pushed. I believe that's losing an Incarnate Majesty right there, and it
indeed
was an
it is.
yeah, it was an alt cast Resolute Stand. So that's your only way to dig into additional cards this turn to have a change in your personal game state.
Yeah, so that means the alternate cost for Resolute Stand is that you may skip your draw phase, so you don't get to draw your card for your turn.
So in this turn, because he went to odd level counters on Merlin and then didn't get to do an actual draw phase, that Drawn Blade was the only way for him to actually pick up a card. Hopefully change something. 2 cards down, probably a Pendragon again. If it's not a Pendragon, he's very sad. Because at least
That
now you have a
is
target.
hard. You can see Neoniklax thinking very hard on what to play.
Then it's probably not another Pendragon. But I don't know other relevant 2 costs he could be playing.
Cruxite is a
If
0 cost
there's
that you can play 2
that's
and
true.
then bring back the Pendragon you have and then replay the Pendragon because
Yeah,
there is no nullifying lantern on the board. So Pendragon is still a Crux card in the graveyard.
that's true. I don't know why I thought it was a 3 cost for some reason. But yeah, Cruxite would be good. Doesn't look like he wants to do it though.
He thought hard. He thought that it was not worth the pain yet.
Looks like he's just gonna relax. Well, that Pendragon definitely swings somewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to just be a do nothing and pass Neoniklax. I think counting his swords in banishment, most likely having another incarnate majesty in his hand. Breaking the drawn blade to discount the cost of incarnate majesty by 1 more.
Guess he's trying to make sure he doesn't get chain charged here.
AR needs to keep up enough cards to
Yeah, he specifically
be
needed
able
the
to
one
pay
more.
for it. It seems that it does resolve, so no negates from Amphi, Majestic Spirit coming out. Starting to take care of board here. Yep, Majestic Spirit taking out the Frostborn Paladin because it is attacking for 4. It's a 4/10 ally. And then Pendragon taking out the Crystalline Archer. Amphi once again on the back foot here.
Mm. So remember, we did see that the smoke bombs has been removed from the deck. Uh, is that a level? Yeah, it looks like it's a level 2. So that's a big thing
Yeah.
about Diana and why you do want to play level 2 and why you have an orb glitter and all these like like a smorgasbord of 1 costs is because you want to take advantage of that weaving mana stream. Make sure that you can pay a memory cost with it to that you can keep loading these mana stream, weaving mana streams. So now Diana, the problem is you have to do 10 to that horse. You've lost your Crystalline
Yeah.
Archer. You've gone through 2 Crystalline Archers, so you know that's 2 that's 2 allies that could have done 4 damage each that are no longer there. You've lost Frostborn Paladin, so it's another one of your big allies. So currently with ranged 1 on each of the champion, so it's 1/1 with the gun, with the Aether Charge, sorry, Aether Wing, it's one more, so you have representing 3. And I believe I see 1, 2, 3, 4 Aether Charges on there, so representing 7 at most.
Yeah, which is not quite enough yet. Let's also hope that that Amphi doesn't forget that.
Oh, don't, oh no! I was gonna say don't retaliate here because you're gonna get drowned in Aether. Because the drowned
Can
in
you
Aether,
remind me
like if
what Drowned in Aether does here, and if it's a
drowned in
spell? Because
Aether does -3. Is it a spell? I don't actually remember.
a Drowned in Aether.
It's a -3, -3 health stat to a rested ally.
Yeah. However, it is an Aether charge.
Yeah, but Majestic Spirit itself does not have Spell Shroud.
It
It's
gives your
yeah,
champion spell
gives your
shroud. Yes.
champion Spell Shroud. It
All
retaliating
these
for the 4
massive
damage.
creatures, I mean, these massive allies and beasts in this game, kind of confusing. Hard to keep track of. They're massive. They have their things, and Majestic Spirit does say spell shroud on it. But yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It could be drown in a
Oh,
third.
actually, looks like neutral wasn't distant, so it only did 5 damage. Now you don't care.
Yeah, it could very well have been that Neoniclax knew that because I didn't see anything that would make him distant.
But I
Probably
still
it's even
wouldn't.
easier if you are in the game.
That is fair, but this is a risk. I don't know if you take here because if it was standing, it would instead of 4 damage on face, it would have killed like the Frostworm Paladin on the retaliation, which I think, in my opinion, I think is higher value here. Because now it's up to neutral to find. It looks like only need 1 more damage, and none of these
The
are gonna get
Crystalline coming
retaliated
out.
on. Yeah, Crystalline will do 4. The Fluffy Shopkeep will do the last for the 5th, and then do we have any 1 more damage anywhere so that we can clear the Ghost of Pendragon as well? Oh,
Wait a
actually, just
second.
kill.
I think
Wait.
they forgot.
Yeah,
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 they just
yeah,
did
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah.
The Majestic Spirit has the damage done to every single every other Crux unit you have. So now, Neutraline can take care of the Pendragon because now he can just swing with the Frostborn Paladin. But seems that he keeps it up for intercept here.
Yeah, looks like he is a little afraid because we are going to the even turn on Merlin. You don't want to get sudden stealed for 7 out of nowhere or bring out a sword and do 11 because he doesn't know that there's no non-distortion swords that he can bring out. Oh, I guess he could always
Right.
bring out Prismatic Edge.
Yeah. Oh,
All right.
there's Ring 2 for the Pendragon, bringing it out, putting it. Looking Glasses is night 0 cost for Galia that you can easily put back into your material deck with your Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, and you can't interact with it. Like,
Yeah.
what's my opponent?
Oh,
Okay.
then there it is. Another Incarnate Majesty coming up. Very likely that that's also why Neoniclax didn't mind um losing the Incarnate Majesty and for it like being like, yeah, just send all the damage into it. If you have to run an Aether, send it into it.
Yeah. I think neutral might have lost the race here. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to sugarcoat, but that's a perfect way to clear that Frostworm Paladin, not lose like efficiency off of any
Oh,
damage.
Neoniclax clearing board here.
Clear board sounds like the way to go here. Yes, because
I
next
mean,
turn, like he can't play a fireball right now because it's just not enough cards, especially in front of water. But he only has 2 cards in hand. But next turn, as long as he had a fireball in any way, he wins anyway. So there's no
well,
point
next turn
pushing.
with the Majestic Spirit and the Pendragon stay alive, he just has lethal on board already.
Oh yeah, because he shot 1 in 3, 6, 10, exactly enough.
Yeah, it's his exact lethal on board. So unless if he has an answer to that board or an answer to Neoniclax right now, this might be the last turn of the game that we see.
Shoot hard. Maybe Neoniclax will say I would choose not to activate Intercept.
It could very well be to just save the Majestic Spirit here, because Amphi's also dealing half the damage into Merlin. Due
Yeah,
to
but it's
Merlin
Mana's
also being a
Cascade.
Krax unit.
You lose a card if you get hit. So
If he kept a Fireball in hand, which is very likely, then it's not a issue. Also, if you guarantee that your allies stay alive, then it's not.
well, there is a fluffy shopkeeper on the other side. So at the very least, you have to have 3 more damage somewhere from your hand.
True.
All right,
So dealing go 1 to Majestic Spirit, and
we're
getting a
trying to do it
little bit
again.
into the Aether Wing here. That is 3 damage on board currently. Mana's Cascade.
Yeah, so there's no. This is actually just 3 additional damage and no addition, like nothing else, because every Aether charge inside the Mana's Cascade is just
Yeah, so it
norm.
is a both norm Aether charges, and I
Carps on
think
Coda?
it went directly into
Yo, that's a Carps on Coda that he didn't show the whole game 1 and
Majestic
2.
Spirit, because the Corruption Coda comes out and it does exact lethal damage to the Majestic Spirit, going away for a second time here. So
All right,
Neoniclax needs to find 4 damage next turn.
that is why that's why he plays those languid toad trolls, right, or whatever it was called, those 0/6 hindered taunts. I forgot about that. That makes sense. Is he
Yep.
just he's just raw materializing a prismatic edge for extra damage now. All right, that's your damage. There's 3 from prismatic. Yeah, 3 from prismatic, 6
Yeah,
from the
there's 3
Pendragons, and
and
then
then
swing with Merlin.
yeah, so it's going to be an additional. So 3 from Prismatic, 3 from Prismatic being a 3/1 sword, and then 6
Yep.
from the 2 Pendragons, and that is going to be lethal unless neutral end has something
Yeah,
on
I
it.
mean, you're water, so you expect there's to be tricks somewhere.
Yeah, he has a tactical retreat for an additional
Yep.
another end of combat. It would be amazing, but I don't think he has.
1 more damage necessary.
Yeah, Neoniclax making
That
sure.
will do it.
Yeah, Neoniclax making sure that he does punch enough damage through here. Yep,
That
that
does it.
is enough and that is enough for a lethal here. Both of these players just kind of getting the cards up, and cracking it up. Was a tough game.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, Amphi did not find the cards that he needed to take it home. So it was a Merlin win. It was a very dominant Merlin win here. Fun
Yeah,
to see though. It's different.
it's a very very difficult matchup for Diana win there. It's pretty much you do need to see a lot of damage early on. This was one of those matchups where you actually don't want to see a lot of that defensive setup early. It's another Raya matchup where, they're going to draw a lot of cards. They're not going to do anything with them in the beginning except for draw more cards. So why do you need a taunt? Why do you need a fluffy shopkeeper, right? It's another instance of hit the wrong deck at the wrong time, in my opinion. It was really cool to see the payoff of the toad with the Carps on Coda for 6 after, but it's a little too late. Merlin has too many cards, and
Yeah, if
they
he
run you
had
down.
that earlier and he was able to get those Toad Trolls into his graveyard fast enough, it would have been really, really great, because that Carps on Coda could have been enough, could have been perfect to start pushing face. But
Yeah, imagine if
that's
you just said
unfortunate because
Carp
Merlin
Song
just
times
has the
3.
answers, everything.
Yo,
Yeah.
I would have loved to see Carp Song, Carp Song, Carp Song, and then shoot you in the face for game. That would have been so funny.
Yeah, it always would be, always is.
Yeah.
Very tough that also Merlin always has the answers to everything. It's not much changed in the deck from the past. Just Merlin being Merlin, having the answers to everything, being a dual class uh champion is so powerful. Being able to deal damage with the creative shocks and be able to utilize the prismatic edges. Kind of wild, if I do say so myself.
Hey, man, I'm just saying, more Merlin coming in December. I'm excited.
Yeah, but that's going to be Assassin and hopefully only Assassin Merlin.
Nah.
But
Give me Assassin
blah.
Cleric.
No, I would prefer it if we stuck to one champion, one class, or at most different levels can have different classes, but that's as much as I am willing to give because that would also be fun. But two classes on a single champion is kind of insane, as you could see just now.
Yeah,
Merlin
best of both
right
worlds is
away.
kind of too much.
Yeah. Crux. If it was an arcane Merlin, I feel like it would be a lot more balanced because Crux just has so many incredible standalone things that you don't really need to do much for.
I don't know. I feel like an Arcane Merlin leveling up every single turn and then says Arcane Blast for free after enough turns
Yeah, but Rai
does.
also does that.
Yeah, but for
And like,
free. I don't have to go -8 on my way up, eh?
yeah, I think it would be a bit more fair, but we can dream about it and then come up with what it would be like and talk it out. But it's been
For f-
a longer game than I expected, honestly. I thought either Amphi would just run away with it, or Fireball for Merlin, and then we're done.
Yeah, it was just Merlin kind of going through the motions. You kind of knew where the game was heading like pretty early on for both games, but you still have to go through the motions. You still have to find the cards. That was really what ended up happening. Um, yeah, so Merlin going undefeated for now. Excited to see what round 4 will be. I'm disappointed in my Canadian brethren for letting us down, but you know what? We
Cannot let
can't
us
move on.
down. He did his best, Drew. Very unfortunately, it happens.
Draw better.
He's he's banking his luck for Niagara,
That's fair.
but
Represent us well, or else.
yeah, yeah.
I
It
still don't know what
was
the threat is, but or else.
it always just ends there. But it was wonderful casting with you, Herman. My voice is kind of dying, so I think I'm going to step off and wish you all good night. And I'm gonna be watching the last round from the sidelines.
Drink
Um,
liquids, everybody. Drink
yeah,
liquids.
yeah. Don't forget to drink liquids and bundle up because autumn is coming and we're all going to get cold and sick. And it already started. All of SBP today is getting sick, so take care of you guys. Take care of yourself, you guys, and see you guys back for round 4.
Hello, everyone. We are back. UEC, our favorite American for the night. Oh, other way. Is back. Hello, NEETfull.
Hey, thanks for welcoming me back.
Yeah. Yo, I know you were watching that one too. You got to see some riveting draw cards there.
Oh,
It's exactly.
as soon I looked up and I was like, "How's this match going?" I see two liminals go to the graveyard. I'm like, "Okay, I know how this is going. I'm gonna go ahead and grab some water and come back."
Yeah. Hey, like, you hear what he said, guys? Stay hydrated. Keep drinking.
Stay hydrated, especially if you're getting sick. Stay hydrated. 'Cause I think that's every caster today is currently dealing
Yeah.
with it.
Oh, I mean, I'm getting better from being sick, but it was so bad. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know if
I'm
you've ever
coming
heard
into it,
this.
so
Have you ever heard this when you were younger? They were just like only fools with no brain get sick in the summer.
no, but
I'm translating it effectively from Chinese because they're just pretty much like, hey, there's no way smart people ever get sick in the summer because how do you ever get sick in the summer? Go out and be like healthy and stuff. No, everyone's getting sick in the summer. I'm like, okay,
I get sick anytime the season changes, so I have the worst.
that's true. That's okay. It's better to get sick now and than sick when it actually matters, right? Don't get
Yep,
sick during an
yep.
ascent or something. That was me.
Oh, I missed Chicago because I got COVID 3 days before my flight. So
That'll do it. I just
great.
misplay when I get sick. That'll also do it.
Oh man, that was rough because that was when Sylvie was on a tear, and I was so happy I was finally gonna take my Sylvie deck to Chicago, and then I was like 5 days before I'm like I'm not feeling great.
You are
Like
the
4 days
Sylvie
before,
guy.
yeah, yeah, true. And then 4 days before I'm like I really hope this isn't COVID. And then the third day I was so bad I was like got to take the test. And as soon as I saw that line pop up, I was like, cool, this is great. I guess I'm not playing and I guess I'm not going to play my favorite deck anymore.
All right, your favorite deck in the current meta. How do you feel that you don't see Spirit of Norm shown tonight or
Ooh.
regularly?
I mean, I get why. I get why we're not there. I get the right now having to have to deal with things like FISA, have to deal with any aggro list is just really rough for the list to be able to do with. And it's one of the things. It's like people ask, like, is it the level 3 decks that really keep Sylvie at check? And I'm like, not really. It's like level 3 is like the game plan we want to be in. That's the kind of setup we really want to just go race them into level 3 and just say, cool, I'm gonna outvalue at level 3, and that's what I'm gonna do. But when you play against somebody like FISA, and FISA's like, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit you for 6 on turn 1, and then I'm gonna follow that up with another 12. Are you cool with that? And you're like, yeah, I guess I am. I
Like,
can't
I
do
have no
anything
choice.
about it. So
Yeah, level 3 decks are the ones where Sylvie actually has a level 2 and that actually does something. And you play against all these other decks, and it's like, yeah, my level 2 just says I have 22 health. It does. There's no other text on it.
yeah, I think only one who kind of matters is Merlin. But even then, it's like if you play into it smart, you don't give him floating, then it's not that bad in that case scenario. But yeah, playing into any aggro right now is pretty rough. And right now with our meta is either you play Ryo and you go as quickly as possible to 3, or you play Ryo and you punch me in the face as fast as possible. Not
Or
great odds playing into that meta at the moment.
yeah, or you play into a deck that's specifically meant to stop Ryle, and the decks that are meant to stop Ryle are ones that said, "I'm just gonna kill you,"
Yeah.
and yeah, can't do anything about that either. Feels bad.
Yep. And I've learned my lesson as well. I can't even play fire slimes either because a lot of us rely on that tempo being able to pitch floating. But with everybody running sensor and knowing if they know the fire slimes matchup and they play sensor on their like turn 2, it's like cool. My tempo just kind of went out the window for a while. So
Hey,
what can you do?
when do we get wind and water slimes back? Come on, man.
I want it. Let's just what? Just bring back Icebound Slam. What harm could it do? What harm could it do? We can
Well,
get
I think
Nico back. Like
yeah. Well, to be fair, I think water slimes was all about the Staff of Lumina, not necessarily the Icebound. So that was the real hit that hurt it. Wind slimes, come on, man. You could be the guy that makes wind slimes work. Some good
oh,
cards there. Trained
there's somebody.
Falconer.
Maybe there's some people in the Discord. They're messing around with the wind slime list. I saw that the other week, and I was like, "Don't worry, I saw it. It's on my radar. I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Don't know.
You have three fast speed animals now. You have the baby green, you have the caterpillar, and you have the longtail. You
I
have a
love the
real
long
level.
tail.
I love the longtail.
Oh, long tail was like when we first got long tail. I played a weird wacky Sylvie That wasn't even slimes, just Sylvie beasts and animals when we first got it, just for fun for the first weekly. It was fun going level 2 and be like, fast activate Longtail. What are you gonna do about it? And they're like, blazing throw you for 5 off dagger. I'm like, yeah, that works. Cool.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I draw a card, but I have no life. Okay, I lose. I love it. One day Sylvie will be back.
Listen, I'm hitting the cope. I thought the new guide we are getting in this one. I thought it was gonna be slime guide, but nope, it was liminal guide instead. They took the S off and changed the name, and I was like, Silidar, I'm watching. I know what you
Dude,
did.
that would be so funny. Because I'm like, a fan of Monarchs, I'm fully expecting some sort of distortion slime or a spectre slime or something. But I'm just like, sly liminal guide just sounds like so funny.
Just flip it. The distortion one is liminal guide. We called it.
I don't know, man. We can't wait until that happens. But until then, rest in peace. Rest in pieces. The most winningest deck of Grand Archive history.
Rest in peace, Baby Gray. I'll miss you.
I missed Baby Gray only in Sylvie, and everything else not so much.
Listen, we're not the ones who fired the bullet. The other people did. We'll call it right here, right now.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I was like, oh my gosh, that was actually such a ridiculous card, eh?
Oh, like I will say there's a reason why that card got caught out as soon as we saw it. It was like, this should not say draw. If it would have said draw to memory, I would have been like, still really good, but not insane. The fact that it's just draw a card just gave you too much tempo. So I get it. I'm not going to be like it was uncalled for, but
so fun
I
thing.
get it.
I hosted a no bans GA tournament locally a while back. Just before DTR came out. Can you guess who won?
Was it Slime Sylvie?
It was Slime Sylvie.
Yeah.
No
The deck has
bans,
so
and
much
it's still
tempo.
Slime Sylvie. You're like, everyone's like, yo, this Korhazi Outlook, that thing's busted. And it's still busted. Holy, that is a disgusting card if I've ever seen one. And in the end, it's still Slime Sylvie.
Yeah.
Slime Sylvie just says, I'll kill you.
Listen, those Rico
Original
decks.
original Stone Skill band also was like, yeah, it's like, okay. Those Rico decks are really good.
Oh yeah, so far the recollection decks have been insane. So I'm really excited to see what the Merlin's going to be. Definitely seeing the Mercblade plan.
Assassin Cleric.
I assume it'll probably still be Assassin Mage. I would assume, but maybe not. Maybe Assassin Cleric.
Do you know what's a distorted mage? A cleric. See,
I think now you're big brain. Now it's a big brain going on
See,
here.
a warrior's distorted as an assassin. Mage distorted as a cleric. Nothing bad could go on. Could happen here at all. I'm pretty sure. There's no cards that Merlin can abuse from both of those classes.
100%. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna play Mercblade and then play Ghost of Pendragon on it? Like, what are you gonna do that once or twice? Who cares? What's that? 6 cards? Yeah. Okay.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what happens. And for her to like, everyone thinks about all this, and turns out she's like Neos or something.
Oh, I think they've already said Crux. I think they've confirmed Crux on the thing. I think it was the logo.
Oh,
who knows?
we've seen enough Crux. We're about to see a bunch more Crux. We're going to be heading into our game soon. It's more Crux. Who would have been surprised?
I am not shocked. But hey, what is it? Merlin versus Ensol? Is that possible? Is that even a thing that we'd see?
Yeah, Merlin versus it's a Lorraine versus her possessor. No big deal. Hopefully, someone has a level 4 in their deck so they can canonically win no matter what.
So what you're telling me is we're about to see this showdown of what is the better Crux deck. Is it Merlin? Is it Ensol? Because we know it's not Sylvie.
I mean, yeah, Sylvie guess could be a Crux deck, but we are seeing Neoniclax back and doing the classic fragmented. How many think he's keeping here? Keep 1. Never mind. All right. Guy's really just digging. He has no fear.
Are you more scared when they keep 4, or are you more scared when they keep 1?
As a Serene Spirit player, every time I keep 6, all my opponents are always just like, I guess I lost the game, and they're right. Yeah, if they keep 6, I'm just like, why am I playing? You know it's gonna be perfect. You know it's gonna be liminal. Rile the Abyss, discard 2 liminal guides.
past you. Like, yeah, we know we know how this is going.
Yeah. I mean,
And
at
we're
least
seeing
he's
the
going
basics.
first.
And we're
Yeah.
seeing the basic Spirit of Fire on the other side, and we are not seeing the Looking Glass in this deck, which is we're kind of seeing. I've kind of seen a mix of people going from Looking Glass version back to the basic, no Looking Glass version. Which I think having the I like having the Grand Crusaders ring a little bit more. The Looking Glass, I feel like the Looking Glass version is a little bit more high rolly
But
than
you
this one is.
technically don't need the Looking Glass because if you do your end soul turn and you actually make sure it goes off, it's straight 28 damage right away. If you do all the math from all the swords and swinging with the votive runeblade and so on and so on, you don't really need your swords to do 1 additional damage each.
Very
But yeah,
true. Very true. And it looks like we are seeing the Nerd Sword. Very similar opening to what we saw in the last match. Kind of stay the course, go to one, get the Nerd Sword. But we did not see the crazy liminal guide opening. So
that might be here. I am surprised that he gave up his Gale Erasure, which is his one of win card in his deck, if I remember correctly, for the Prismatic Edge. Because you are playing against a like you can see fire in front of you, so you don't necessarily know what deck it is, but you are playing against fire, so you know that you're not going to have wind, probably not going to have wind showing up for your Prismatic Edge here.
and we were talking about it earlier tonight. Here is the Lorraine with the in caps as well, which is a excellent answer into the matches when you're going into Ryle.
It actually feels so bad when you're playing Ryle and you can't discard it. So a big reason why he discarded Gale Erasure is probably because he's holding a Liminal or an Undying Dreams, probably at least an Undying Dreams in his hand, and he just wanted to save it for the Ryle, and he couldn't do it. It's stuck in his hand now. Maybe if he has another Ryle, this incap will be waste, but if he doesn't, ooh.
And following that up with a creative as well.
Ooh, naked creative. Just hoping to rip something good off the top. That means no float in his hand, or has a different follow-up play. Because you still need to make a play to go to level 1. Crux Okay, interesting.
That other card is either Insult, Ghost of Pendragon, or or Dungeon Guide.
So I would have expected him to just not play that. Like it feels good to play it in pre-rec collection to have your entire hand back up. Just what the follow-up play is here. Maybe a fluffy shopkeep because you know it's Ensol and you're trying to banish your swords and you don't really care. And you just want a card neutral way to level up. There it is.
And very likely probably trying to stay away from pitching too much floating memory. Likely trying to keep Merlin off as much value as they can.
Yeah, but if you were going to use it, you have now is the only time you can get it, right? Before he presents a level 2. This was the time where you could say create a shock, discard a float, and use it immediately. Anytime after this, you're playing around Merlin instead of having full control over it. Ooh. Okay, so he has another chance to use floating actually, because Neon Class chose not to level up. I guess the Ryle being stopped mattered enough, but this is reading to me like he's about to do another Ryle, so he just wanted to stall 1 turn to do it again.
Very likely, or there's a chance that that hand, because one thing with Merlin is sometimes you just get those hands where it's a little bit rough. Like you can get to 2, but it may be a little bit harder to get to 3.
Did you show another Ryle? I think you just showed another. Oh, creative. Okay.
Oh, Creative Shark is not maybe not necessarily as strong as Rao here. Well, see what they get, but
Okay, Evercurrent Raider. So yeah, definitely had a target for that Ryle. Do we do it again? Very interesting to me that he's choosing to do this in main phase. Ooh, okay, I like that's probably why. He had to dig for the dungeon guide. Okay, so
and
I
as
like
well here
this.
we'll leave enough cards to also level as well next
Yeah,
turn,
yeah. Well,
and
the
keep
big
his opponent
thing,
off floating memory.
yeah, that's what we saw from the last game, right? It looks like what Neonclax is the type of player who is more than willing to just DG to 2 and sit there and play this floating memory Cold War. He technically wins this Cold War because he discarded a floating memory already, so he can take that away with the Merlin 2 effect if High Tech chooses not to. He almost definitely will not choose to feed the Merlin.
I, for one, have learned lessons. Do not feed Merlin.
Or just overfeed her and just say kill her. I did that a lot. Oh, he's still going for it. It's probably. I mean, you don't want to give a liminal here either, even if it's not floating. Yeah, I don't know what he was searching for there, but he has to level up. Yeah, if you choose to skip again so you can wait for Merlin to level up so you can use floating, you're just leveling too slow and you're giving your opponent the chance to just kill you as a spirit. So we just go level 3, we call it a day. Or level 1, call it a day. Did he banish anything to go to level 1? Because the Grand Crusader's ring is at the top of his banishment right now. I did not see anything being banished for level 1.
I didn't either. Like, I'm not sure. Did we miss the banish, or we may have just moving too fast? And
I'm looking back. I'm looking for. Yeah. But yeah, it's just there's too many things going on at the time. You sometimes you just miss things, especially at the end of an event. Uh, Hey, for people who don't know me, I'm also head judge for. I was a head judge for an Ascend and a Nationals for Grand Archive. I catch these things. It's fun. At least I hope I catch these things.
we all hope these things get caught.
Yeah, dungeon guide to go to level 2, but what did you pay for level 1, sir? Looks like it's being corrected right now because it really does matter. It's rough sometimes depending on how to verify the fix because everyone has so many cards nowadays. You can't just like point to the hand and say, "Hey, that was the card that I would that you drew." Because in this situation, like we saw this earlier today with the Tithe Proclamation, where we had to verify which card this is because this is what is outlined in the IPG. How to do this is we have to verify which card was the one that was drawn, and then re-randomize it. And that's why you saw Light Weavers go away. In this situation, we have to re-randomize which card um, gets banished. So I like this fix, which is at the end of the day, we couldn't figure out which of the cards was the one that was drawn for turn. So we do it's 3 DGs.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the problem, yeah. So this fix, after laughing about that, is like the fix here was we have to banish one from memory, no matter what, for the level up. But then there was a draw for turn. We couldn't determine which card was drawn for turn. So we have to do two things. First off is make sure that the banishment is random. Second off is make sure that the card that was drawn does not give it's to not that the card that was drawn does not affect the game state um, too much. So being unable to do one or the other, right? You can't be like make it random and also be like, hey, this card is the card thing. We just ended up letting him choose, get rid of it. That's what we saw 3 dungeon guides. Game should continue from now. Unfortunately, that was the only end soul in the Lorraine player's hand with 3 dungeon guides. So I had a feeling I knew what the game plan was until here.
Yeah. Did you say the entire insole in the entire deck? What that was?
Oh, maybe I'm crazy, but yeah, that was the only end soul in his entire hand because he has like 30 cards in hand. I don't know, man.
It's a lot of cards, and we're seeing we're just going straight to 3 with double dungeon guide. We're not even saying, you know what? You're not gonna give me floating, so I'm just gonna use these and go there.
Oh, we did see the hand's pretty dead. There's like nothing good there. There was like a resolute stand. There's a cremation ritual. There's a bunch of floating. Yeah, there's more like fluffies. Like who cares? You don't want any of those. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, but now you're level 3 with the Lorraine 2 effect still on you, so you can kill your opponent's dungeon guide, take 1 damage, but draw a card. I love drawing cards. I don't know about you.
I do too, and I mean it's definitely gonna kill because we're looking at what a +2 to that as well on top of the land ability. So sort of seeking
It's
coming in for 5.
5, yeah. But 5 is a lot to do your opponent. It's just what does he want to draw a card or does he want to do 5 face? Please draw the card. I'm pretty sure drawing the card is Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier with how much damage you're able to put out with Insole. Like it's at that point, the 5 damage is good, but also just getting the card in hand so you can get to Insole probably
Yeah.
is very, very important.
I would say there's 2 lethal lines for Ensel here, which is always just you play Ensel, you do 28 damage. Plain simple. As long as your opponent doesn't have interaction. Or the other way is you do your Ensel stuff. Now you bring out a big sword, like usually it's Clarence that we see. That's how we saw SM Boston go. The Clarence comes out, we never see an Ensel played, but the Clarence swings for 6 every turn, and you're just like, I'm gonna hit you for 18 with this one sword. And you just win that way. So with high tech not being on a distortion build, that's how we're seeing another card that could be another win condition, especially now that the Merlin 2 is gone, is the Erendite that can become back, bring out all of the use up all of the floating memory that he banks earlier, make this a really big sword, and then bring out the votive Runeblade to allow Lorraine to wake up and hit several times.
I do really like the Erendite build to this. Being able to, one thing about it, I love Water Merlin back in the day. Being able to bring out an Erendite and swing that in for sometimes 12, 13 damage felt real good.
Yeah, you know what's even better? Erendite with a Rending Flames.
Take 26. How do you like that?
I don't like that. There are 3 Rending Flames to go through. So let's see if it's a death time. But to be fair, to get that Erendite back now that it's been banished from Fluffy, we do need to see a Spirit Blade Ascension or an Ensol. Typically for Ensol builds, you don't see Ascensions at all. Like at most, they'll be in their sideboard, but I don't see any at all. It's just Ensol time.
Yep. It looks looks pretty standard what we're seeing a lot of the Insole lists on right now, which is more focus on the main board dealing with a lot of that aggression, things like Stalwart Shieldmates, Fluffy Shopkeepers, being able to do Resolute stands in some cases, main board. And it's kind of like what we're looking at here. A lot of more of a defensive package backed up with the Insole as the end game.
Well, there's the 5 damage Clarence or the 5 damage Sword of Seeking. Probably Sword of Seeking is going to get swung this turn so that you can get it into banishment and make the Clarence swing for 6 afterwards. It's just whether he cares about keeping the possibility of needing True Sight or not, which I don't think you need.
And it is Clarence, so it also does mean that there is a chance that those counters in some scenarios could come important.
Ooh, he kept the cremation of all those dead cards that he showed us. He made sure he kept the cremation to be like, I don't want these DGs after they're done their job. Please give me an Ensol. Looking like he's at 6 influence right now, 3 in hand, 3 in memory. So technically, next turn could be an Ensol turn. That
Very
means
much so, because I don't know if Merlin, besides maybe playing Incarnate, there's not many ways that Merlin's going to be able to stop a crazy Insole turn.
next turn is not an Ensol turn anymore. The way the Merlin could stop it is just Resolute Stand, I'm pretty sure. 4 Resolutes in main. That's about it. There's just every single time an Ensol is used, you just ask your opponent, do you have a Resolute Stand? Currently, Merlin in the lead with that because we know 1 Ensol is gone, banished away. So 3 Ensols left in deck versus 4 Resolute Stands. But over here, we're seeing the Onyx just trying to get more cards. Looks like with the Stalwart Shieldmate coming down, High Tech is showing that he definitely doesn't have an Ensol because he was not in a position where he was threatened, required to put that um, Stalwart Shieldmate down. Like, even if there was some crazy Merlin play with Rending Flames, it shouldn't kill because it's also an odd turn and Merlin doesn't get her +2. But just preparing. Looks like both players need to dig into their win conditions.
Yeah, now that's one thing as well with the Star Shieldmate. He was also if he would have killed Shieldmate, that actually could have been a risk of him getting into Insole there.
Yeah, you know that Drawn Blade's coming out no matter what, so you rip that. 1 card deeper, but it would preferably 1 card additional instead of 1 card trade. It's nice, and that Shieldmate has to go at some point. It's still It's still damage I can soak away from this Merlin, who typically doesn't have very cost-effective ways to kill that shield mate, except for creative shocks. There's always going to be overflow damage going into that somehow.
At this point, we might be seeing the other way you were talking about earlier of how Insol's going to end this. Just we're going to see that Clarence are coming in probably next turn is the main kill. And if we see a Rending Flames here, this could also be quite a hefty amount.
We see Drawn Blade for 6 by itself right now, which would make Clarence swing for 7 after. Or Rending Flames for 9 times 2, 18.
Rending is pretty good if it... Oh, another Cremation.
Oh, interesting. Choosing the Stalwart. I feel like at this point, now that your materia deck is literally empty, I think it would be fine to kill your Dungeon Guide. I don't think you need the additional 1 damage pings every turn.
My only thought is maybe Ghost of Pendragon is currently in the hand. And maybe thinking about playing it, put back the sword, so that way you set the float for next turn. But
that makes sense. I guess we can tell by seeing which sword he chooses to swing with. Because if he swings with the Drawn Blade, there's definitely no pen. But if he swings with the Clarent, it looks like he swung with the Clarent. Now Mr. Pendragon will come down. This is a really big play if it actually is a Pendragon, because now it forks Neonoclax 2 ways for next turn. Oh, interesting. Okay, nothing comes out.
nope, no Pendragon.
It's probably not necessary, because if you swing 6 with Clarent next turn, puts him at 23, Dungeon Guy puts him at 24, you just have to look for 4 damage somewhere to be able to get your lethal, which shouldn't be too hard off of, I believe, 7 influence next turn. Might as well save cards interaction maybe, because you know you've put Neonoclax on a timer, and he has to try to do something maybe crazy, like maybe there's a Rending Flames coming in right now, and there's like something like maybe there's a Rending Flames one of Owned by Fire.
I didn't catch how many cards were we sitting with in hand for high tech here? Was it
Should
3
be
or 4?
7, because the in hand should be 4, because there's 3 down right now.
Okay, so possibly sitting
Actually,
with
no,
a
it's 3.
Resolute.
Yeah, it's 3. It should be 3. Ooh. Yeah, because he's going to draw to 7 after this next turn. He cremated. I'm so dumb. I can't do math. Okay, this is a good way to stabilize. No, you know for a fact that no smoke bombs could come out at all, because the materia deck's empty. Good way through this would be if there's a sweep of some sort, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, Flame Sweep would be a +2, so we'd be looking at, even if we current score count we have now is, what are we
So
looking at?
plus
5 swords?
8. Yeah,
So
5,
still
6,
short by a
7.
little bit.
So it does 8 damage across, and then you would need Dungeon Guy +1.
And you could make it 9 by essentially removing all the counters from your own Clarent if you wanted to. But not really a reason if it's not enough to kill.
Well, 9 puts him to 26. The Dungeon Guy could do the last damage to the Incarnate, and then you swing for game. But there are cards still in the Merlin player's hand, so you could see an alt cost Resolute Stand at any point in time. A big thing about this, though, is that Ensoul is always lethal if it gets cast. Unless there is a Resolute Stand that comes through, Ensoul will always kill. And there is only 1 floating, if I remember correctly, for that Erendite, so that Erendite does not get big enough to do damage through a Resolute Stand.
Counting to 4. Maybe it's a Flame Sweep?
Good sequencing. You do this first, see if you get the damage through. Yeah, so Flame Sweep would do only 8 here, unless you sacrifice both of your final swords to make it a 9 damage. That's a very good setup as well. It's another floating that you can just leave. You know it's going to get cleared next turn. Merlin's also going to odd, so you likely won't die. The fireball only does 8 here. And then you're setting up for a bigger Erendite. But the Terrafring definitely stops the Ensoul turn.
Yeah, but also having the Clarent means the fireball's not even. I don't even think fireball's a threat to you at this point
It
because you can still take off 4 damage from both of them.
it's still relevant if it's forced off of a single fireball and not the second one, which 90% of the times it should only be forced off once. Like you just play one fireball, it gets clarented, and you just wait until the next turn because they're fast and you use it on your opponent's turn.
And we're seeing Hasty Messenger doing some more digging here for the Merlin.
Yeah, discard a Stalwart Shieldmate. Everyone's just discarding all their floating. We do know that he runs Prismatic Edge, so the floating over there is relevant in that he can just hard materialize Prismatic without an Ascension.
I'm also very happy to see that both these players are playing incredibly fair and not playing a Ghost of Pendragon. That's what I really like to see here in
Yeah,
Graveyard Archive.
they truced, They did one of those kind of things where they said, hey, we'll handshake, we'll take out all of them. We're going to pre-board and not tell the judges that we both took out all 4 Post Pendragons.
I respect it. I respect it.
I was telling Clem this earlier, right? I was like, that's why I enjoy watching Merlin, because when I watch Merlin, it's incredibly fair.
I mean, I can see it. I mean, I don't know. Well, we did see I watched the last Merlin match. I don't know if that would call that fair.
Fair enough. All right, this is interesting. So Undying Dreams goes onto the Dungeon Guide. That makes that Dungeon Guide hit for 2. Now that it hits for 2, a Flame Sweep for 8 does, in fact, clear the Incarnate Majesty. Only does 4 to Merlin herself, though, because of how damage processing works. That Incarnate's still on board when you're processing the damage from the sweep, so it still only takes half damage. But Tariff turn, too. So can you afford to put 6 down for a Flame Sweep? You kind of have to, right? He used Undying Dreams for no reason.
Unless just trying to build up that Erendite.
Oh, he just scoops. He knows he's lost.
Looks like we're
I'm
moving.
going to assume High Tech scooped.
I'm
'Cause-
assuming as well.
Yeah.
He had the Incap in hand, so he did have 2 ways out of Fireball, which is interesting to me to go for it. But I guess Merlin was sitting with what is that 5 damage on board, which you're still pretty safe at that point. So
5 damage on board, you materialize Prismatic Edge next turn.
oh yep.
Yeah. And then it's Merlin on an even turn. So even through, like, you have to use the Clarent to prevent some of that Ascension damage and just play Fireball on top of it.
Yep. Which I'll be honest, started that game, I thought when we went to that quick level 3, I thought that Lorraine might have it, but unfortunately not seeing the end soul. Not a not a place you really want to be.
Well,
So,
we did see an Ensoul, but we also saw level up to Lorraine for 0. So
yeah.
goes to show everybody, play clean. Don't make
play
mistakes.
clean as you can.
Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes it doesn't matter until it does.
So looking here at high text list, seeing what possibly coming in, we could see the Regal Inquisitions come into play here against Merlin.
Regal Inquisition both ways, I'm pretty sure. Actually just ruins both decks.
And then maybe for high tech, you may bring in a Blanche just to be able to kind of maybe save a couple of your board from the fireballs of DB. But for the most part, Regals are probably the main call we're probably seeing come in.
I personally bring the Blanches in, not necessarily just for the fireballs, but for the Prismatic Edge that I assume my opponent's playing.
Yeah, force the target on the first target to be on Blanche over everything else.
It's more helpful than a lot of people think, just to be able to say it has to go here no matter what.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a good call. And then for looking at Merlin's, most likely because Merlin will be going second. Do you think we see the Spirit of Fire
Um,
as a start here
once
over the Fragmented?
Nah, once again, it's another like you keep the Spirit of Fire because you're saying I have to gamble along with you. I have to high roll along with you. When you're playing against another Ryle deck, you're just like you're going to draw 3 cards. I'm going to draw 3 cards. You're going to draw 3 cards. I'm going to draw 3 cards. You kind of just sit there. You just want to make sure that you for sure will see the the value engine and your opponent doesn't. We've also
Now,
seen Neoniclax bottom deck 5 to 6 cards of his hand every single game.
yeah.
So I don't know how consistent he feels his deck is.
The other thing I'm noticing in Neoclax's list is he is having the 2 Heavenly Guides, which we're seeing a little bit more often now pop up
That is
in these
big.
lists.
If you resolve a heavenly guide, you increase your chance of winning by like 30-40% right away. Just keeping 3 cards is so big.
And especially as a Merlin deck where you're just going to be drawing more.
Yeah.
Excuse me, very, very quickly.
Yeah, he like once again he goes on the fragmented. Like he doesn't feel the risk, then needs to have to go gamble on his top 8 instead of curating his top 12 first. I think he only put 2 down, so he has good open here. Once again, slow speed Ryle. Just says I don't care. I would like to. So interesting to do slow speed Ryle. What do you think he's digging for when he does this?
When he goes slow speed Ryle,
Yeah,
I think it's more of the because his opponent only had 4 cards in hand. I think it's more of the fear of your opponent just
in cap.
showing you in cap.
That makes sense. Yeah, especially because he gets a double Ryle off here, like or a double discard. You definitely that is perfect. That's an unplayable floating memory that's meant just to be in your bin and a liminal guide. Then you can't ask for anything better.
Yeah, in this matchup, your opponent's not running Censor. Most likely, they're not doing the same as you. So it's also a much safer play because how are they going to interact with your graveyard at that point?
Ooh, did he high roll? No, he didn't see a second one. Is that a liminal guide? Looks like it.
Yep. So both players pitched a liminal guide, but unfortunately, Merlin found the floating on top of.
Did he
Yeah, we
skip
saw.
materialize?
No, for
Oh no, he
no, he got a
GCR'd and
ring.
then did Ryle. Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Usually I was like, oh wait, the Ryle's end phase, but yeah, that makes sense. GCR first. But now what?
let you see some more cards.
So this is a very classic open that people used to do back in FTC. So if players who weren't playing back then, I'm worried we're going to see what we saw back then, which is because back then Fire Merlin very meta. You see Fire Merlin mirrors all the time, or Fire the Rain in this case, I guess. What's a very big play that can end up happening is what if I kill that Stalwart Shieldmate and then go to Dungeon Guide to level 2 and then eat it? Because he really wants to sit here and get the value off of that floating from that Stalwart Shieldmate to go to level 1, and he doesn't want to actually like pay a card because that's cringe nowadays. It's 2025 meta. That's a huge, yeah. This is a really big hard punish. The liminal and the dungeon guide will kill the Stalwart Shieldmate, and then the Merlin will eat it.
This is a. I don't think you could ask for a more perfect opening into this deck.
Well, viewers, if you didn't play during FTC meta, this is FTC meta. This is yep, classic. And then oh, wait, you can't take
Hey,
2 damage.
hold on.
Yep, there you go.
I think his opponent just kind of quickly hit it. Like, wait, no, that's not what
Yeah.
happened.
Delicious food. Oh, and trigger the spirit shard. Mm.
It's FTC
Yep.
meta with a little bit of spice.
FTC meta, but way more consistent. Because back in the day,
More guides than you would ever
yeah,
expect.
back in the day, we would have to do something like hard play Flame Root and Swordsman to kill that Stalwart Shieldmate or something. We don't get, back in my day, we didn't get stuff like that liminal guide that comes out for free and then kills it.
And another dungeon guide going straight to 3. Woo!
Yeah, we're going to see a level 3 Merlin or level 4 Merlin because there's a level counter there. Up against Spirit of Fire. And if I understand this correctly, this is his first materialize, right? So this is his second turn.
Yeah, this is turn 2 for him.
All right, this might be a little, just a tiny bit faster than FTC meta.
A slight smidgen more.
Yeah. All right, Undying Dreams, target one of those. Oh, target the liminal guide, please. Okay, fine. Don't be funny.
I've had the actual play where the only target, like between me playing a floating to level and me not, is targeting a liminal guide with my Undying Dreams, and I'm like, it's not worth it. This feels
but
real bad.
At least he had his own liminal guide.
True.
Too bad he can't Undying Dreams this one. All right, let's see if he can catch up because we saw Merlin kind of go crazy that turn. But honestly, with these fire decks, anyone can go crazy on this.
Which is that 5 cards in hand he has right now
Yes.
before the draw for turn.
Yes.
So he's at 8 cards now. Don't think it's enough for the. Nah, I had to do math in my head. Not enough for, unfortunately, for the dungeon guide into Flame Sweep.
Yo, that would be juicy. You are showing the Rain 2's Wet Dream, except for the fact that the liminal guide is ephemeral, so it does not go to graveyard, and because it doesn't go to graveyard, it's not killed. Therefore, you don't draw. But you know what? 2 dungeon guides is 2 dungeon guides.
Draw 2 is draw 2.
Yeah.
Especially if you're paying 2 to level.
Yeah. Okay.
Every stalwart show, mate.
One of those kind of hands.
Now we're seeing the picture a little bit closer. How we ended up in this situation. Yeah. Viewers at home, you're probably wondering how we got here.
Third Stalwart Shield. Okay, Undying Dreams. All right. So it's a 3 damage ally right now. Because it gets the +1/+1 for the turn temporarily, but also gets a buff counter because it's ephemeral. So the only thing you should ever attack is either the liminal guide or face. Okay, good. Kill the liminal guide. Excellent. So your Flame Sweep can draw you 2 cards next turn.
And if he plays a ghost, maybe more.
Yeah, but Merlin just drawing cards. At some point, I'm pretty sure he just says, yeah, it's fine, you can sleep. But anyway, can I triple Fireball for game?
Sounds about like... Now that sounds like FTC meta.
Yeah. But at least on the even turn, he can't swing face. There's like almost no way you can get through both. You can, never mind, I lied. You can definitely just 2 guides to 1 Stalwart, Pendragon, another Stalwart, and then swing Merlin at face.
With that Inert Sword for that, even that juicy extra damage.
Yeah, 4 damage to face is possible.
Yep.
There it is.
That is the first ghost of the entire match.
Actually crazy because they're in game 2. And this is a turn 3 ghost. Remember this.
Yeah.
Hey, but at least that's a Lorraine 2 into a Flame Sweep. Neoniclax, I respect the balls on this guy because that's what he did against Diana too. He just said, hey, if you got it, you got it. And he just said cremation ritual in front of a water player. And he did it again. And here too, he just said, if you have the Flame Sweep, you have the Flame Sweep, man. You can draw 3.
You got to show it to me first.
Yeah.
That is actually our that is the Texas motto is you got it, you got it. That is how we play Grand Archive here.
Okay. Okay. That's
asking,
why he doesn't care.
All right.
That's why
you have care. It.
Hey, he didn't. Oh, but there's a Pendragon. That Pendragon and that DG I feel are not long for this world. That's 3 reduced to ashes.
Do you think he puts the reduced ashes in there just in case?
Oh, there's no way this game is. Oh no, this is so painful. Unless off the rip right now he shows Flame Sweep.
Flame Sweep. Ryle.
All right, Flame Sweep. Okay.
I mean,
At least Ryle and a Ryle target could have been worse. He gets to level 2 to free for free. He can. Okay, I'm out. That was the entire line. He gets a level 2 for free, and then I have nothing.
well, this we all know here is the top deck flame sweep.
Oh, 100%. Because he can't even play Ryle into Flame Sweep. He doesn't have enough influence.
Listen, luck can only be so bad for so long. Now is when it turns around. Now is when you draw the flame sweep, you slam it on the board, and you say, "I'm back in this game."
That it was a wild sequence. And if I remember correctly, in this game, High Tech also created Shock to discard a Cruxite very early on. So that's one less access to that Pendragon. He just got forcibly discarded. All right, he's still doing it. Let's go. But only 4 cards left in hand, so he cannot draw a Flame Sweep and use the Flame Sweep. But did he? No, he's picking his cards. He's
Yeah, I
not
was like, "Is
picking
that
his
his hand?"
cards.
So he played everything, but
Okay, that's reasonable. All right, Fluffy
like
Shopkeep definitely keeps him alive.
we'll probably likely see the liminal and then the Lorraine trigger probably go for the ghost, get it off the board, and draw a card.
Or I'm assuming Fluffy plus Lorraine will kill the ghost because that's 4 damage. And then the liminal will hit face. Unless he wants to keep the Fluffy standing.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep the fluffy
Yeah.
standing up.
Draw a card, let's go. Watch, it's if anytime I do this, and the next card is always Flame Sweep. That card in
It's
his hand
every
right now
time.
is Flame Sweep.
Every time I hard level a 3, the next card's Dungeon Guide. Every time I need a flame sweep and I don't, next card's flame sweep. That's just how Grand Archive operates.
Yeah, we're just going to assume he has 7 cards in influence. 8 cards in memory. I think 1, 2, 3, 7 cards in memory right now, and his 8th influence. That one card in his hand is a Flame Sweep. I'm just going to assume it's a Flame Sweep. There's no way it's not.
We've been playtesting this Crux list for a while, and man, I have learned I cannot play in Solar Rain. It is not because I don't know how to play it. It's my luck is miserable on this list.
Ooh, is he going to retaliate? Yep. Dissuade the opponent from trying to kill it, even though you probably should. Yep. Yeah, I want to say Lorraine has a way back into this. I really do. I really think Ensol can just randomly rip an Ensol and say you don't have a Resolute stand, so I win. But it really feels like Merlin is posturing for an Incarnate Majesty right now.
Cream may do some more digging. Which right now, how are we sitting? We're sitting 1 floating in graveyard, and is that 7 cards down?
Yes. So he has 8 influence. And there's the Incarnate that he was posturing
Yeah.
for. 6, 7, yeah, 5 cost. Kill the liminal probably in this situation. Not really trying to push damage that fast. You don't want your Majestic Spirit to die randomly. Oh, or just say hit you in the face. Go. That works. I mean, you did remove the Pendragon and the Dungeon Guide, so you know it's going to be a slow game here from High Tech.
At this point, do you just bank on the insole? You don't have it in hand. I feel like you kind of just have to high roll here for the insole.
The problem is the first Ensol will always just be used only to kill the Incarnate and get like some chip damage in, but the chip damage in ultimately doesn't matter. But the problem is that means you need a second Ensol to actually end the game. And that's 2 chances for your opponent to just say, I have a Resolute stand, and it completely ruins your game. But maybe Maybe he drew his out. I don't know what the out is yet. Maybe a smarter player will tell me.
I'm looking through the list, looking through the outs, and it's
It's Rending Flames. It's just going to be. But there's no smoke bombs. Okay, Rending Flames into the Incarnate for 12 here, and then End Soul for game next turn.
that's the line. We see it. We see it. We see it.
Both of them get spoiled by a Resolute Stand. At this point, you kind of just have to be like, you don't got it.
Yeah, at times you
Actually-
kind of just have to, especially with you already having 10 and Merlin already building up those levels, you kind of just have to sometimes just send it.
He doesn't have enough influence to be Rending plus in cap. Yeah. Is he sending it? He's sending it.
Yep.
So a good thing about this, at least, is that he gets his so two big things about this is that the Ensel will make sure that the Incarnate Majesty will die without having to take any retaliation damage off of this. And second, Drawnblade draws him a card. All right, so Merlin has one card left in hand. Looks like they were being really deliberate about it to make sure that this is an alt cast Resolute Stand. It's an all cast Resolute Stand. Okay.
Man. Oh. I'm starting to think, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I think he had it.
Yeah. Like the way that he was playing around the well, at the very least, man, at least kill the dungeon guide. Yeah, but the way he was playing around paying for the Incarnate and doing his math for his cremation ritual, his body language showed that he was holding a Resolute Stand. Okay, yeah. Now, I mean, even through the Resolute Stand, you still swing, because with the Lorraine Crux Knight effect, you do have a way to get enough damage, possibly, with the Votive Blade to be able to do any sort of meaningful damage to this Majestic, but not 10. All right, not 10. There's no way.
It looks like we're just sinking all of them.
Yeah, it was possibly doable, but I think so. It's a sequencing thing. Yeah, he can still kill the Majestic even through the Resolute Stand. It's just a sequencing and how he wants to go through it, because you have the Votive Blade to keep restanding. It makes it even easier if you sequenced and made sure the Liminal Guide swung first before you committed your entire hand for an Ensel, because you know that Liminal Guide's going to swing anyway. I think part of it was just that he didn't want it to be retaliated on and be killed for free. But also, if Neonoclex made the mistake of retaliating against that Liminal Guide and just letting the Ensel through, you've been okay with that anyway. Oh, there's a Prismatic. So yeah, I think this is a little cooked.
Yeah, because at this point, you have 3 damage there, and I think 1 fireball sends it.
Hey, maybe he
Which
doesn't have Fireball.
I would be shocked if he doesn't have fireball yet.
Oh, now we get to see the hand. All right, there was a Rending Flames. Rending Flames, Resolute. Of course, after he hit level 3, he drew the Dungeon Guide. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, no Flame Sweep, though. So I was wrong. But you were definitely right. As soon as he hard leveled to level 3, he drew Dungeon Guide.
It's every time, without fail. Yep, there's the fireball.
How do you survive this? You see Blanche?
Nope. Nope. I think he only had 2 cards in hand, unfortunately, so
All right, all hail our FTC queen.
Merlin's still alive.
Merlin's still so good.
Does that change your idea what you're bringing over to Michigan this
Absolutely not.
weekend?
Do you know what I find kind of crazy about Merlin is that despite her doing stuff like that, my opinion about Merlin in this meta is she's been too fair.
Too
Of
fair.
of all the Ryle decks, she feels too fair. I'm like, huh. She's consistent. She draws a million cards, but she doesn't high roll hard enough. She's too fair. And then
I hate that I
I
agree
did
with
just
you.
watch her high roll. I did watch her high roll pretty well twice today.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely saw Merlin play pretty out of their mind through a lot of these games, and we definitely saw some high rolling happening, as well as not even just saying high rolling. We did see some really smart plays with the DGs, being able to go DG to 2, be able to set up so we not only can get that extra level, but also tell our opponent like, hey, you're not. I'm gonna kind of shut you out from your route. And when you're playing into other Ryle lists, pretty strong to say you're not going to play your game plan for at least a turn or two.
That is very fair. We've seen Neonoclax was definitely so open to just saying, I'm not going to play my game plan, but you're not playing either. Like, we're just going to sit here. We're playing Cold War, and I love it. It's just your
Oh,
opponent's
yeah.
just
And it's weird because like Merlin is kind of right now, like I kind of agree with you. It is kind of that more playing that fair strategy, but it also being able to have your level 2 champion be some of the answers to that does give you those situations that if you can get ahead of your opponent, you can kind of maintain that lead for quite a while.
It's actually crazy. I'm just not used to having a level 2 that does something. I'm playing a lot of decks where it's like, it just
Yeah,
exists.
Lorraine, luckily you have somewhat of the 2 in certain matchups. Sometimes it is a kind of a dead, just a +2 damage, but sometimes it works out. But Merlin definitely in kind of this meta being a little bit more options into what we were playing. And I will say it was kind of unfortunate from seeing the Fire Lorraine have to go to that game 2 and just kind of not seeing what they wanted. Also seeing 3 of the 4 reduced ashes in the hand is pretty rough. Surprised we didn't see maybe one of those come out just to kind of maybe try attempt to blow up a sword or something, but who
It
knows?
wasn't even a target. It was just the inert.
Yeah, just the
Yeah.
inert.
Gross. I don't know. It just feels bad. You know, you're just like, I'm gonna blow up your inert sword and level up with it. I'm like, okay, sure,
Yeah,
you can do that.
and Merlin showing the true power of fragmented as well, being able to go quickly to with game 2, be a dungeon guide, go to kill theirs, take the level, and then draw the extra card. Just kind of it feels bad when you get to go that far for when your opponent's trying to play on the back foot, just desperately wanting something to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, it just, man, it just feels so good to look at 12 when your opponent only gets look, or maximum of 12 and your opponent gets to look at like 7 or 8 maximum, right? That's curating your hand is pretty much what it would have. Imagine if Lorraine curated her hand there. They just said, "Hey, 3 reduced ash. Let's just pretend those don't exist."
Yep. And I will say I think right now playing Serene, playing Fragmented, definitely when you're trying to play this high roll meta, I agree with you. Probably the way to go. where we're currently at now. Alrighty, so kind of wrap things up here because we're getting. I think all of us are kind of recovering or in the process of getting sick in some way. So we're gonna go to a couple last announcements and then most likely wrap it up here for the night. So first one is we've talked about it already. Regional season is in full swing. This weekend we have the Michigan Regional, which will be streamed as well on 8 a.m. starting on TCG YouTube channel, as well as we're going to see TM32's NorCal Regional also going to be on the TM32 Regional. So even if you're not going to play, I highly recommend tuning in to check those out. Regionals is a great way to kind of see what people are brewing, what they really want to try out, maybe coming up to a sense. As well, this regional is a very big prize card for a lot of people. So you're probably going to see a lot more of the tuned and geared decks that are coming out of this. So if you haven't tuned in already for those, highly recommend doing that.
Yeah, I might be there on one of the streams, the Michigan stream, maybe unless I die at everything.
We've already agreed that you're going in on stream as soon as your winning in is up. It's you're going on stream. It does not matter.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. It's actually fine. I have less pressure than my opponents, honestly, because I'm more used to it. Hopefully. Unless it's like, oh, okay, here's Gorothos or like Perfy or something. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah, I'll see the
Anyway,
lineup. It'll be Perfy into Guthros, and you'll be like, "Ah, man, like how Guthros? How'd you lose game one?" He goes, I gave it to the guy. I wanted to play you next round, so
it's okay. Hey, other things going on next week, really fun ones. Next week is our lovely Once in Love's birthday. So we have special things happening next week. Make sure you tune into the Yeti stream next week and see what's up. I heard there's some giveaways in stream for viewers to stop by.
yeah, I heard
And
there's
I
a
heard,
one Once in Love coffee mug as well. I think we talked about. Hopefully, seeing that
ooh,
come out.
I heard he gives curses to the lineage and families of people who don't stop by, so you have to make sure you do.
Oh, we'll definitely be here. I believe I am casting that one as well. So we'll be here. We'll see some fun stuff coming out. And of course, as well is hopefully you guys tuned in and watched their episode 1 of the Serene Scripture podcast. Really fun podcast, seeing them kind of do their deep dive on kind of where the meta is, looking at last couple of Yetis, as well as a lot of the regionals to kind of see where things are lying. And coming up soon will be another episode. They're currently working to get that out, so hopefully we'll see that announcement soon. Coming from Once a Love, maybe see a birthday release for Once Love Works on his birthday, gets us a episode 2 of the podcast. So, but I
Birthday
think with
release.
but I think with that is it for me. I think that is it for the announcements. Do you have anything else you want to shout out, or maybe anything going on your neck of the woods? You want to shout out to anybody maybe watching?
Buy tickets for Ascent Niagara. I'll see you there. We have space. We love you. If you're American, come to Ascent Niagara because you'll feel rich there. Believe me, you go on our side of the border. Oh my gosh, you're going to eat like a king.
I mean, I can say from Ascent Toronto, that food so good. So if you haven't already, this is the time. Go eat some good food, and it is a great time as well. If you've never seen Niagara Falls, go see it. It's going to be right there. Why not? This is your chance.
There's an outlet store next to it. There's a Hershey's factory. I'm just saying, you know.
Well, I think with that'll be it for us. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you everybody for watching. There was some scuffs that happened, but we worked through it, and we did our best that we could tonight. But hopefully next week we'll all be recovered. Be super excited for the birthday Yeti weekly. So hope to see you guys all there.
GA
Thanks
Gang.
everyone.